The following program is for adult audiences only.
had to run through burning fire. Never thought I had to miss you and I. Life changes as we know it. You do what you can, you just get through it. It's a mystery how people can get by on as little love as you and I. Never thought I'd be so far from home. Never thought our love could grow so cold. Never thought we had to run through burning fire. Never thought I had to miss you and I tried to stay until outgrow it. Time changes people, we both know this.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Dangle clacks galore today. And like I was telling Kenny, I mean, it's kind of par for the course with the way that my week has been going. So it is what it is. We're just going to make the most of it. Hope you guys are having a better week than we are.
The gremlins have come out to play.
Yeah, and today it was the cable modem. It just all of a sudden, I mean, Kenny came in, was here a half hour early getting everything set up, making sure everything was working, and I saw him there, and I'm like tweaking some final settings, uploading some pictures, and, you know, getting some last minute things ready. And all of a sudden Kenny was gone. I'm like, whoa, I wonder what happened. Did his internet cut out? I'm like, wait a minute. No, my internet cut out. This is horrible. I can't go live if I have no internet.
Help!
My phone certainly can't stream it. But we've got a wonderful show planned for you guys today. I have a friend of mine finally got his first order in for flavorings from Liquid Barn. So we're going to do a quick Liquid Barn mixing. And it's a perfect opportunity to show him flavor shots and flavor shock from Flavours. We still have one of those that haven't been done. And for our retro vape, I got a Purge mods dripper for us to take a look at. Because while we were doing our car shopping after we purchased our vehicle, it was a vape shop right down the road.
I'll see where we're going with this one, like.
House of Vapes in North Canton, Ohio. I stopped in, and man, did it freaking reassure me that there still are true to heart vape shops out there. I mean, this place is your classic vape shop. 99.9% of the products in there were for nicotine vaping to convert smokers into vapors, into ex-smokers. It's just fantastic. And they had everything.
Good.
Yeah, I had a nice conversation with the owner, and I'm telling you, man, this guy's fantastic. Very knowledgeable and kind of ironic, you know. They always say you're only 6 steps away from people that you know, right? Well, here, this guy was familiar with Pittsburgh because he had family that went to school here. Wow. He knew Steelers players, and they lived up in Cranberry, and it's just amazing. The world isn't as big as you think it is sometimes.
Like I say, sometimes you just think it's a small world. You know, you meet what you think is a random stranger, and then you've got so much in common. What the hell?
It's just unbelievable. You know, I told him my wife works in Shadyside, and he's like, "Oh, I went to school right out in that area, right in that neighborhood.
No,
I know Pittsburgh like the back of my hand." We had a nice 15-minute conversation about stuff, and it's like, all right, I want to get something while I'm here. Let me pick something out. I looked around. I'm like, what do you have as far as rebuildable stuff goes? I know nobody's selling rebuildable stuff nowadays. He's like, oh, we got some stuff left. Sure, come on over and take a look. So he had this one, and I took a look at that, and I'm like, can never have too many drippers.
Nah.
Especially one that was supposed to be really fantastic for flavor. And then last week we opened up that Valyrian, so we're going to get that out of the way and do that today. But we got some one-shots to mix up. And I really wasn't going to cover the news, but unfortunately there is freshly breaking news coming from the FDA. So.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So House of Vapes in North Canton, Ohio, if you happen to be in that area in Akron or Canton, stop by and take a look. They have a wonderful selection of anything that you would really be interested in. I mean, how many vape shops still carry mech mods? Fantastic place.
Awesome, man.
Awesome. But like I was saying, late breaking news. Center for Tobacco Products Director discusses opportunities and considerations for addressing misperceptions about the relative risk of tobacco products among adults who smoke. In other words, he finally came to his realization that all this misinformation out there is killing smokers by the hordes.
Oh, yes.
And we need to get the smokers to realize, you know what, the best thing you could ever do is to switch to a non-combustible product. Period.
That's the way to go, boys and girls. Quit the stinkies.
But I just got this in my email literally right before the internet cut out. And here we have, it's a new commentary in the scientific journal Addiction. FDA Center for Tobacco Products Director Brian King discusses opportunities and considerations for the education of adults who smoke cigarettes about the relative risk of tobacco products. In other words, vaping is much safer for you than smoking. Matter of fact, oral tobacco products are also much safer than smoking.
Hang on, what kind of wording is that? The relative risks of tobacco. There isn't a relative risk of smoking tobacco, is there? There isn't risk of smoking tobacco. It's simple as that. It kills you.
But see, here's the thing. In his mind, this is the thing that he doesn't understand. Us vapors don't look at these as tobacco products. They are anything but tobacco products. Yeah. There's no tobacco in this whatsoever.
Nope.
And now with synthetic nicotine, there's absolutely no ties to tobacco whatsoever.
Exactly.
But he doesn't look at it like
crazy.
that. He looks at it as the greedy regulator who needs to take control of all these things and put it under his control so he gets to decide what we have access to and what we don't.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's why it's written that way.
That's the normal case. It's normally the case not like that. Oh shit.
So I haven't even had a chance to read this yet. This legit just got, sent to me in the email as part of the FDA's announcement that this was out there. And I guess we'll jump into that a little bit later. But it's going to say what we already know. And if it doesn't, then, well, we need to find a lawyer to go after him because lives are at risk here. And the more that he keeps confounding the issue and confusing people, the more they're going to keep dying from their cigarette habit.
Without
That's all there is to it. And there we still haven't. 24,511,984 people have died from cigarette combustion since I quit smoking.
Jesus. The death toll goes up and up and up.
It keeps marching unabated.
And it always will. Yep.
So the question is, once again, what are you guys vaping out there? Drop it in chat. Let me know.
I've just done a few mixy ones. I've got a chocolate shake on the go there that I've just done, and I've also got a I like that mulberry sorbet. Again, Vapors one shots are absolutely fantastic. And I'm on the G class with the Kylan 3 on. I've got the Hadron 220 with me. I will pronounce it right. The Osiris on. See, got it. Eventually. I've got the heavy hitter with the Wasp Nano RGA sitting on there. I've also got me Invader 4 with my all-time favorite dripper, the little Valhalla mini gun in. And that's pretty much it. I'm spoiled for choice today. I've been very busy.
Look at this. I did not fulfill my obligation. Remember last week how we talked about that we were going to post onto Facebook a question of what random recipe we're going to mix up today. And I did not do that.
Our apologies, folks. Well, then again, he's had a week from hell, so we're going to excuse him.
Well, yeah, we'll get to that here shortly. But William Dobson just commented on the Facebook post what he's vaping today. So why don't we take this opportunity and bring it up for everyone to see?
That'd be interesting.
Awesome. The advancements of modern technology, except OBS just decided it's going to do its own little thing. Come here. I'm going to wrangle you back in. There we go. Look at that.
Nice.
The Valhalla.
Yeah.
Matchy.
Yes. Now he's talking my language. The Valhalla.
What's that, Elk Clouds? Awesome.
Beautiful.
Yes, it is. What else we got here?
But maybe something with that, guys. You know, how your hand checks on. We'll have a look at them. Why not?
Matt Nolan has the Rigel kit with the TFV18 tank. He's got an upgrade, and the upgrade is the rebuildable coils that I dropped off for him about a month ago.
Go you, Matty. Go, Matty. You might call you Matty, dear. That's what we call Matthews over here. Matty.
And if any of you guys decide to drop a comment on the post for this week's show on Facebook, I'll be happy to get that, download it, and put it up onto the stream today.
Yeah, by all means, guys, put your hand checks up there and we'll have a look.
Vaping Bic has the Drag H40, a stubby, a T to X with ether bridge, and tungsten with the Osiris.
Yes, the
That's a
wonderful
fancy
Osiris.
schmancy setup.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
I'm looking forward to trying out the Osiris because when we got done car shopping, let's just start down that road. Because like I said, it's been the week from hell, all right? We did find a car, and I did stop at House of Vapes, like I said earlier. Fantastic shop. But our car shopping adventure, I do not want to ever do that again if possible. I know I'm going to have to. But that was like the worst. I'd rather go to a dentist and get some fillings done, or maybe even a root canal.
Or get a tooth pulled. Even better.
Yeah. Yeah, tooth pulled, no problem. A little bit of Novocaine, shove a couple elevators in there, pop that, bad tooth out, we're good to go. Much less painful than trying to shop for a car. Because the first car we went to look at, that my wife fell in love, it's modern day car shopping. You do it online. You search for everything online, you pick it up, you narrow it down like the top 5 cars, and you go, okay, let's plan a road trip. We're going to go look at all these 5 cars, pick between them, and buy the one that's going to best suit our needs, right? The first one that we went to look at that was my wife was in love with. She fell in love with it after she saw the posting. She's like, I don't even want to go look at any other cars. This thing's going to be wonderful. Is that wonderful?
No, there's a tire nugget. Ooh, that would have probably blown on the way.
Yeah. And because she wanted the Edge Limited, well, these tires are $200 a piece.
Uh-oh.
And the first thing you'd have to do when you left the lot is to replace that tire. And you have to do them in pairs. You at least have to do 2. So there's another $500 under the cost of the vehicle. But it didn't stop there. Because this vehicle had all kinds of rust spots on it. It's like cancer. Once it starts, oh man, heaven forbid you try and catch up to it and get it all obliterated off the vehicle. And they failed to mention the fact that there's some obvious dings and scratches all the way around the vehicle too.
Jesus.
And me being the person I am,
good.
I go by Fords because I have the OBD reader and Forescan, so I want to know all the codes that is in this computer and what may need to be fixed. And believe me, there was a dozen different things that needed repairs.
Ouch.
The most important being the driver's side seatbelt. Doesn't work. You plug it in, but it doesn't register that it's plugged in, which means the ABS system's not going to work on it. So it's like, then you look underneath it and it's like, that's an Ohio car. No.
That's rather rusty.
I do not want that. That rust is just, we're going to get maybe 3 years out of this.
Yeah.
And the blokes wanted $16,000 for it.
I was like, hang on, you give me 16 grand to take it away, mate.
and the best part is like, listen, we got to put new tires on it. There's rust. There's all these codes in the computer. We'll give you 9 for it. And I don't even want to give you 9 because it's going to cost me more than 7 to fix everything that's wrong with the car. Because I'm like, okay, well, this vehicle's only going to last us 3 years. Tops. Maybe 4 if I aggressively try and tackle the rust. But eventually I'm going to get to one that I can't fix. Nope. Didn't want a deal. Didn't want a bargain. They said, we'll sell that thing as soon as you leave. I'm sure somebody else will walk in and want it. Well, they can have it.
Let them have it, money lad. There's always fix it. That's a good thing, though. You've walked away from it. Some people go, we're here now, me as well. But no, you've walked away from it, done the right thing.
Not for the price they wanted and how much it was. Yeah. I ran the numbers in my head. I'm like, how much is it going to cost to fix this thing? It's not worth it.
Yeah.
I want to be over like $22,000 by the time I get done fixing the damn thing.
Yeah.
No. I had 5 other cars to go look at. So we went and looked at another one. It was a white Explorer. Much more comfortable than the Edge. Only had 94,000 miles on it. It was the base model, which my wife wasn't happy with because, you know, she wants to Bluetooth her sync and her music and stuff,
Like
all this other thing.
Yeah.
But everything else about this car was perfect. It came from Virginia, so it had no rust on it hardly at all. I ran the codes on it. Didn't have anything really significant. The GPS position module was bad. All right, $42. No big deal. What else? Nothing. Everything else was immaculate on this vehicle, both inside and out. The engine compartment looked like, you know, it was all work done at a Ford dealership. There was no aftermarket parts on it. Even the battery was a Motorcraft.
Really? Wow.
And then they brought out the Carfax report. My wife looked at it and she's like, you know what? This was a sailor's stay-at-home wife was her car. I guarantee you. Even had one of those like little stickers on the back window for like a cheer thing. But half of it was like scraped off. So my wife's like, well, this is really nice, but I really want to look at, you know, something that's got that big sync display module so I can play my music. I said, all right, there's one on the other side of Canton here. We'll go take a look at it. It's at a dealership. My brain thinking if a dealership is selling it, they're at least going to go over it because they don't want you to buy a car and then a month later the thing blows up, right? It's going to give them a bad name.
Yeah. You think they do some.
So you would think,
it,
even if it was a trade-in, they're going to at least go over it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they went over it with Armor All. That's it. They made it look shiny. You start the thing up, all of a sudden you hear the muffler. It's like, that's not supposed to sound like that.
No.
The only reason it would sound like that is if you had some young punk teenager that decided to put one of those Buzzy Bee mufflers on it that's purposely loud.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's going to have to get changed. I didn't want to go on a test drive on it. My wife and my daughter went on a test drive for it, which they were happy because they could blast the music and, you know, experience the car the way they would normally experience it going to and from places, right? She gets back to the dealership. She's like, let's go get that white car. We're done. I'm like, you really want to downgrade? No, but that car was owned by some punk, and I guarantee you he was doing wheelies and everything else in the damn thing because there's bumps and noises and all kinds of things going on with it. The eyeglass thing that flips down. She pushed it open and it fell off into the ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, seriously?
You've got to be very wary when you're buying a used car. I'm telling you, you don't know what's underneath it.
Exactly. But long
I've
story short, we did get that done.
I've always had a motto: when you're buying a second-hand car, you're buying somebody else's problems.
That is very true. And in amongst me driving around all over God's creation trying to find a vehicle for my wife, I lost the muffler on the truck.
Oh God!
It wasn't actually the muffler. It was the pipe that goes over the rear axle and comes out the side.
So you sounded like a boy racer. Then after you looked at a car that sounded like a boy races.
Yes. I got 5 years out of that muffler and tailpipe.
How ironic, eh?
And if I was a cheapskate, I could probably, take off the rusted part on there, and I could put a little extension pipe that's, like 8 inches long that goes over top of the muffler, goes into this flex pipe, and I could weld it to make it good, but no.
I've just got a vision. If you look on that car and saying, that muffler shouldn't sound like that, then you're driving yours and you're going, my muffler shouldn't sound like that.
I pull out of the lot and, it's a big pothole there. I hit the thing and all of a sudden it's like clunk. What was that? We get back to the car dealership to sign the paperwork for the one that we're buying. And my wife takes a picture and sends it to me over Snapchat. And she's like, look, its doo-doo is hanging down. Looks like a horse in heat.
My God.
Long story short, we get the vehicle, got it for a good deal. It was like 10 and a half. We paid for it. Drove the whole thing home. She's happy. She's content with it. I'm trying to upgrade her sync system on it, at least the software on it. Spent the last 2 days doing that. And we find out that while we were gone, wrong one. The neighboring town from us, a house blew up. This isn't
Holy
the first time it happened.
Wow.
It legit blew up and took out the houses on both sides of it.
Sounds like a gas explosion now, doesn't it? That's the kind of thing that'll cause that damage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Either buildup of natural gas from fracking or from, busted, gas line, or I don't know what it was. But this isn't the first time it's happened. But there was nothing left of the house. Absolutely nothing left of it. And, nowadays everybody's got drones. We've got, the local fire company's photographer has a drone that he flew over top of the whole thing. It looks like a tornado hit it. There's debris everywhere.
Fucking hell. Must be the Big Bang.
Oh, yeah. My son was here in town and heard the explosion.
Jesus.
He was out cutting the grass and he still heard the explosion. Granted, he's got an electric lawnmower, so it's not like,
Jesus.
But still.
Wow. Holy moly.
So that was the lovely joy of it. And like I always like to end on something positive. Despite all these bad things, we got the car, we made progress, we're moving forward, and it's all about taking a bunch of small steps. Because the big steps, when they look at them, you're like, I can't do that. I can't do that. Small steps are easy. Anybody can do that.
I think you've come up with a winner, actually, because you get in the car and you actually snuck into a vape shop and you come up with a product. So, win-win situation.
So we have ourselves a new product, and because we knew that we were going to be spending cash, we got ourselves a small loan for 3 years to cover the difference between what the insurance company gave us and what it's going to cost to replace it with a car that's, 2, 3, 4, 5 years newer. So because we got the car for a decent price, well,
yep.
I got to place an order. So I got the Osiris coming, I got the Blaze coming, and the Blaze Solo coming.
Oh, wow.
Plus we got the Dripper here today. Plus, we paid off all our credit cards.
Which one are you getting? The 30 mil?
Yes. I wanted to get both of them so I could compare them side by side, but I can't justify spending $60 for each of them. At $60, I'm getting one. Sorry. Now, the Blaze and the Blaze Solo, they were like $38 or something each. So 2 for $80 versus 1 for $60, and that doesn't include Pennsylvania 40% tax.
Wow.
But what are you going to do? The cost is what the cost is. I'm just glad to have them so that I can actually do some more reviews.
That's about it. Well, one tip about wicking that aside is put plenty wick in. Otherwise, it'll leak like a bitch. Out of 30 mil.
How about through the coil?
What do you mean?
You still run it as tight like you do with the Arbiter?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just the actual filling. I mean, the juice wells, I've seen a couple of reviews, right? Honestly, and how it's not leaking, I don't know, but they've actually thinned the cotton out as well. I'm like, no, that's not going to work.
Listen, I learned the hard way on these old tanks that we had, like last week, I was complaining about how it's got no flavor and blah, blah, blah. So I cleaned the thing afterwards. I re-wicked it, except this time I made sure that the wick going through the coil could easily move back and forth.
Yeah.
And man, did that improve the flavor. Not as good as modern tanks, but it is much better than it was when I first did it. I had too much cotton going through that coil.
That's what I'm saying. You find a lot of people, like you say, that they'll either overstuff their wick through, they'll try and force it through. You only want the lightest bit of resistance. You just want a bit of light resistance. So you just say your coil, and that's all you want. You didn't want to be tugging it through. You didn't want it to let it fall through. It's getting that right quantity.
For me, on the Arbiter, I need to get it so that I see the coil when I'm pulling the cotton through. It's just a little bit of separation on the outermost wrap of the coil. That's how I know it's got the right amount of tension in it. Right amount of cotton.
Resistance. That's all you want. Yeah. That's all you want.
Yeah. Little resistance and a little separation on the last wrap of the coil. So.
But with the Osiris, it's more about the wells. Make sure you cut it long enough and get them wells filled up. Because if you don't fill them up, it's going to absolutely leak on you. It happened with me when I got it first. The first 2 or 3 times I wicked it, it absolutely pissed out the bottle.
You know what, though? That means that it's got plenty of wick potential.
Oh, yeah.
It can keep up with whatever coils you want to slam in them.
Oh, easy. Easy peasy.
All right. And yeah, we've finished the review already. I know I need to do that with the Kylan V3. Now that I finally got everything all, crossed off my list, that's what my goal is this week. I got a couple of videos I got to put up and get these reviews done. The interestingly enough, that iPlay disposable, where the hell did I put the damn thing? This is a very unique situation here. Normally with the disposables, you'll get that off taste when you run out of e-liquid and stuff. They didn't. You don't have a visible puff counter, but it turns red when you've reached the end of the frickin' pod, the end of the disposable.
That's all right. That's clever.
And you go to plug it in to charge it, and it lights up red, saying, "I'm not taking a charge because this is dead."
Oh, that's a clever idea.
Well, that's the first time I've seen that. So when I finish the review for this, I'm going to be tearing this apart and see, what it's like inside and how they laid everything out and make sure it's actually empty. But you can tell that it's got that slight off taste like it's at the end of the life of that coil.
Yeah.
So that's pretty interesting.
Well, I mean, I think there was a bit of war news up my part of the world. I think it was last week. Trading Standards and Police seized £50,000 worth of illegal vape devices. Again. Now, they don't say what they are. They don't say if they're the black market dodgy ones or if they're non-TCP compliant ones. And I think it's probably the latter. A lot of them that get kind of come over here are 6,000 puffs, 8,000, 9,000 puffs. So therefore, the e-liquid in them will be more than 2 ml. So I think that's the main. I'm guessing that's the main reason why they took them away. Like, yes, William. That's how I described it in my review. It's a Valhalla in a tank.
I get a lot of people that leave comments on my disposable videos that say, frick them because they're ruining the vape industry as a whole. But for the smoker, that's what they need.
It's because they're getting abused by a minority and the press jump on it. It's just like they did. Remember the scaremongering with the mechs, man? How mech mods blew up in your face and all that shit. Bullshit. It was just misuse. Doing the same with them.
They did the same thing with the batteries.
Yeah.
Vape batteries are explosive. Well, yeah, if you put them in your pocket with a bunch of change, it's going to cause a dead short and it's going to go into thermal overload.
Car batteries can be explosive.
Laptop batteries.
Electric cars.
How about the cell phones? Remember the cell phones that they put out? Samsung put out a batch of phones and they were all catching on fire?
How about your electric cars? How many news reports have you seen with Teslas catching on fire? The batteries? It's a risk. You know what I mean?
No, that's perfectly fine to hate them. I personally don't like them, but I've found there's been plenty of opportunities where I've had to use them. And for those particular purposes, I'm glad they're out on the market. Would I prefer that we continue to have lots of rebuildable devices? Oh, hell yeah. Because I love rebuildable devices. I try to pick up every one I can.
But at the end of the day, when me and you quit smoking, if disposables were about then, I bet you 10 to 1 we'll have probably used them to quit smoking.
I would have, and I probably would have quit smoking earlier.
Yeah.
If the flavor would have been as good as these modern day disposables back when I quit, I would have found vaping a lot sooner. I wouldn't have had to have run into somebody at the bar one night while I was drinking and go, What the hell's that mech mod thing you got in your hand? Looks like, you know, you spent a weekend throwing together, you know, a bunch of project stuff and soldered it all together yourself.
I think, though, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, like you say, disposables may stop you smoking, but it doesn't mean you're not going to advance on to being a hobbyist. You know, that's what you might want to do. You just might want to quit smoking, quit vaping, job done, happy days. But like I say, if you're like vaping a disposable and you see a guy next to you vaping like an open tank system or a rebuild, you're going to go, oh, what's that? Because again, that's how you get into the hobby.
Even if you don't know anybody, if you're a smoker and you pick one of these up at the gas station one day just to try it, and you go, man, that flavor's really good. I wonder if I can find one in like a cherry Bakewell that I really like. And you go and you buy a bunch of disposables. Then you find one you really like, and it's like, this is great, but I'm spending just as much on this as I am on cigarettes. Is there a cheaper way to do it? And you go, well, hell yeah. I can get myself one of these. You know, a little pod system, and then I can put whatever juice in it I want. And then when this goes bad, I just replace the pod, not the whole thing. It's a journey. And then some people end up, you know, get into the hobby aspect of things. And then some people go all the way to the end to mech mods. Like this Purge that we're going to take a look at today.
I'm actually quite jealous of that. Like, they're a good mod, Purges. I'm quite envious of you with that. Like,
yeah. And the best part was, I think it was only like $35 or something plus tax.
Oh.
Don't worry, buddy. Because I placed that order from Element, I did get you your Bushido V3. It's on its way with the stuff I got.
I've just had to get back onto e-cig 1 because I'm still waiting of your RDA. It hasn't come yet. It's been 2 weeks. And it was
2
shipped
weeks?
last week.
I'll be lucky if I see that thing in 2 months.
No, it was actually shipped last week, so the UK shipping's normally pretty good.
Yeah.
So I've had to email them.
Well, here in the States, because of the vape mail ban, you know, they have to send it by courier, and the couriers that handle tobacco products, like, you know, we talked about with the FDA, they're called tobacco products. And that's why, you know, a lot of places, you know, you can't buy stuff online anymore overseas because it's a tobacco product and they're limited from selling it unless they have a license. And they passed laws here in the States where they have to collect the taxes. If you in the UK want to sell products to here in the States, you technically have to get the sales tax license for the state where your customer lives to pay the state their tax. Oh, it's your responsibility to collect it.
That happens here as well. I mean, we pay import duty. I've bought stuff from the US, not necessarily vaping. I've had to pay import duty. Even the box that Flavours sent us, I had to pay import duty on that from Australia. We still get hammered with that shit. Well, no problem.
Oh yeah. Got to pay your fair share, I suppose. Well, sir, are we going to do a flavor explosion first, or are we going to do our tutorial for DIY e-liquids?
I think we should get a nice drink to chill out, and then we'll just do it nicely then.
We can do that.
We can do that.
For our pleasure today, tell me that
what is that?
Not attractive to youth.
What on earth is that?
That, my friend, is a buzzball. It's not a cock tease, it's a chocolate tease.
I'm just wondering what kind of buzz you're going to get out of that.
15% alcohol by volume.
15? Jesus.
15% alcohol by volume. It's a premium vodka, orange wine, and cream with all natural flavors.
It looks nice, but bloody hell.
And like the name implies, the whole purpose of this is to get your buzz on. So, pour it over some ice.
Ice on the rocks,
and there's
of
your
course.
buzz ball. And if that doesn't get you,
oh, here we go. Plan B. Raging Eagle Mango. Oh, you're liking these?
Yuengling Raging Eagle Mango, 6% alcohol by volume. This is a beer with natural mango flavor.
Oh, interesting.
Not for the children.
No. Well, I've gone for. I think I've spoken about it in the past, but this is K cider. That's all it's called, K. And this
You
is
love the cider.
Oh, I do. And this is 7.5% volume per can. It's just a nice, sweet, crisp, refreshing cider. But to go with it, here's the twist. There's some Frenchy beer, and these are going to be mixed together to what we in England call a snake bite. Yes.
A snake bite.
A snake bite. I shall demonstrate when we pour. I have got my glass. What you do,
I want to see this.
You crack open your beer. You pour. You can do the sweet as you want. You can pour whatever. If you want a bit more beery, you put a bit more beery in. If you don't want more beer, you want more cider, you put more in. I tend to go about a halfy. So I'll go about there with the beer. Then we put the beer down. And then we crack open the kit. And then you just top it up with your cider. And no, it's not a 70-30 VG-PG mix for any of you buggers out there. And then you just top it up like so. And there you have what they call, in the UK, a wonderful snake bite.
Snake bite.
Snake bite.
And here I thought my buzz ball was going to be like the primo little thing. And here you got a snake bite.
So we've got, we've got, what's this? This is 5%. That's 7.5%. So half them, and then they got.
I'm curious to see what this 15% is going to be like.
Oh, shit.
Cheers.
To your health, sir. Oh.
I'll tell you what, that chocolate in here is fantastic. It's like drinking a chocolate milk. You can't tell there's 15% alcohol in this. No way.
Until you go outside. Bink. Until you try to get up. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to beat Mallory to the joke section. I've got a joke.
Okay.
A bear and a rabbit are taking a dump in the woods. The bear turns round to the rabbit. He says, "Do you get any bother with like shit sticking to your fur?" The rabbit went, "No." So the bear wiped his ass for the rabbit.
Holy cow. We're reaching the bottom of the barrel today, folks.
I would call that a dad joke. Yeah.
got some dad jokes.
What do you call a priest on a moped?
What do you call a priest on a moped?
Rev.
Listen, my daughter sent me one. She said one the other day, cracked me up. I'm like, all right, you're going to have to text me that because I'm not going to be able to remember it. All right. Are koalas bears?
No. They're marsupials.
No. Because they don't meet the qualifications. She legit said it to me.
You said mine were bad.
They don't meet the qualifications.
Nah.
All right. Let's move on. Let's get some tutorial here for DIY e-liquid mixing because I know Matt doesn't have all day to hang out with us. So we'll jump overhead. Pull out my Liquid Barn Blue Raspberry. And as you can clearly see on... What'd I do with this camera overhead? I must have smacked it or something. It clearly says on the bottle, suggested mixing at 8%.
8.
Very simple. You can do this as a single flavor. It's probably one of the only real ones that I truly consider capable of being a one-shot from Liquid Barn. A lot of the other ones, even if you add the sweetener to it, you still got to add other stuff to it to give it something that you would actually want to vape all the time. It's not that their flavors are bad, it's just they're not one-shots.
I think we've started a thing here.
That's the whole reason why other people out there create actual one-shots, like our candy cane that we've mixed up before. This is a fantastic one-shot.
I can vouch for that. They're lovely.
And you only add this plus VGPG and Nick, and you're done. There's nothing else to mess with. One-shots. Or, if you want to be really lazy, don't even have to buy a bottle, you can get Flavours Flavor Shock. This one's a lemon tart. And the flavoring is already inside a massive bottle, so all you have to do is top it off with VGPG and Nick. And there you have 200 milliliters of e-liquid for you. Equivalent to 2 bottles of commercial e-liquid. And the nice thing about it is you can make the ratio anything you want. So if you're using a little pod device and you want to make it 50-50, you can do 50-50. Or you can do 70-30. But very simple way to do it. So we'll pull out our scale. We're going to be getting our blue raspberry. And I'm just going to do a little 60 ml bottle of it.
That's why it didn't work.
What did you do?
I just went out a chuff. I went to have a chuff on that. I'm going, why is that not working? Because there's no bloody battery in it. That's why it's not working.
That's not going to work for you.
Nope. I need to get a battery. I need a battery.
And I need to go over to ELR so that I can create a recipe for this.
There you go. Got me battery. Sorry, folks. What a wally.
So,
what a wally.
If this is your first time, Matt, if this is your first time going to e-liquid recipes, it's literally e-liquid-recipes.com. You'll need to create yourself an account and log in, and then you can create a recipe for your one shot. And we'll call this LB Blue Raspberry. We're going to be making 60. You can set your strength to whatever it is that you normally have it at. And this is the nice thing about DIY. If you want to do a 4.5 because you've been using 6 and you want to get to a 3, you can make yourself a 4.5. Or if you're making a pod system or you're going to be using salt, well, you can make yourself a 20. Whatever you want your strength to be when you're done, That's what you set it at here. And then obviously your mix is 70-30. And then whatever strength you have for your secret sauce, you need to put in here. If you bought a 100 or if you bought a 72 or if you bought a 60, this will automatically calculate the strength into how much you actually have to add.
Excuse me.
And then you add your flavoring. Blue raspberry, liquid barn. It suggests 6 because it's assuming that we're going to be adding other things to it. But we're going to go with 8, which is what's on the bottle. And there is our recipe.
Simple as that.
Simple as that. And there you have it. Now, you can either use a scale or you can use a syringe to draw up these ingredients and put them into your bottle. And you just basically work it's like a checklist. You know, you work your way down. 1, 2, 3, 4. I usually start with the flavoring, and then I put the secret sauce in, and then I'll put the PG in, because these are all very thin liquids. Give it a little stir, and then once you've given it a little stir, then you can add the VG to top it off, and just give it a good shake. So that's what we're going to do now.
Well, it's probably well worth investing a set of scales. The cheapest chips on Asda's, Asda. I mean Amazon. Asda.
Yeah, and when you're buying your scale, prefer a jeweler scale over a kitchen scale, because a kitchen scale isn't going to be very precise, whereas a jeweler scale is going to be much more accurate and will be able to reproduce the obvious results. But if all you have is a kitchen scale and it reads in grams, well, then that's what you're going to use. But the jeweler scale, I think I picked one up for like $15 a while back. It's a little bit smaller, but I mean, it's good enough to hold a bottle, and it's going to be accurate to 1/100th of a gram. So, secret sauce.
I think even kitchen scales, you've got like 2 decimal places, so you can get somewhere close with them.
You've got 2 decimal places, but if you read the instruction manual, it'll say it's only accurate to 1 decimal place.
I've got you. Yeah.
But realistically, we're making e-liquid here. We're not trying to, like, replace the corner drug dealer. So if we're off by 1/10 of a gram or 5/100ths of a gram, who cares? And quite honestly, if you're not very careful with it, you're going to be off anyway.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be like perfect in the nit's tit. I mean, there's many a time I might have put more VG in, or I've put more flavor in, or I've put a little more nicotine in. It doesn't really matter that much, to be honest with you.
The only one you want to be really careful of and really accurate with is your secret sauce. Because you could be like Kenny and accidentally put in 8 instead of 6, and then you go to go and it's like, oh, this is too throaty, I can't do this. Then you got to mix up a bottle of no nick and blend it to get back to what you were originally going for.
Yes, I've done that on numerous occasions, put too much of the sauce in, thought, I'll be all right, go to vape it, and then end up coughing me insides out on the table.
And like I said, this is 3.8 right now. It should be 3.73. That extra couple hundredths isn't going to really matter.
No.
In the grand scheme of things, because you can very easily add just 1 extra mil of VG to this, and guess what? You're back to your normal 6 that you were originally going for. All right, so then we'll reach in for our flavoring. Blue raspberry at 8%, and 8% in a 60 ml bottle is 5.59 grams.
I think mixing.
You see, I went to 5.92. So it's going to be a little bit stronger than what the recipe originally calls for. Good. And then some PG. Tear out the scale so we go back to 0. 9.95. And you definitely don't need to be very accurate with this one.
No.
PG-VG ratio not being 100% 70-30 is not a big deal. Some bottles of commercial liquid you buy are 60-40.
Well, even some bottles of commercial liquid that say the max VG are only 80-20. They're not, so there you
They're
go.
not actually like 90-something.
Nah. Like I say, the scales are cheap enough now on Amazon. Jesus. They're cheap.
Yeah, like 15, 20 bucks. See, just like it went over to 10.05. No worries.
That's cool.
Then you give this thing a little stir. Little centrifugal action here. And that blends all of this together. Then you get your vegetable glycerin. And it's nice to have these little toppers. They usually include those in your purchase. And you can sit there and keep putting this in there until you hit 52.97. Or you can just simply fill it up to the lip on the top of the bottle there.
Yeah.
And being that we're doing a live show, I don't want to waste all your time. I'm just going to pour.
That's the way he normally does it, folks.
And you see it says 50.5. Just need a little.
Have you ever considered a career as a barman, a cocktail shaker?
Listen, I was the steward at the local fireman's club for a couple of years. I did plenty of shaking and mixing.
I bet you did.
And Matt can even attest to that. You get somebody call off, or you have to fire somebody because you caught him for stealing, and guess what? Somebody's got to fill in the shift.
Yeah. But, barman, a little bit more vodka in that next time.
And there's your recipe. Grab some masking tape. Throw it on your bottle so you know what the heck it is.
See how he's keeping it simple for the newbie. He hasn't put one of his posh labels on, you see.
Yeah.
He's got a posh label machine for all you people that want a posh label machine.
Yeah, just like, the label I have on here.
See what I mean? See,
But there's nothing wrong with doing it this way.
No.
As long as you can read your chicken scratch and you know what it is.
That's the way I do it. Nice little label with a bit of sticky tape over the top, and there you go.
Now, the one thing you want to do with this stuff is when you mix it up, I wouldn't vape it right away because you're not going to get an accurate flavor profile.
No,
take this, throw it on your shelf, and come back to it tomorrow. You wait 24 hours. This will be a lot more accurate on the flavor than it is today. Very simple.
Ooh. There you go. 60-watt guy said he's recently made a recipe. It's steeping. It will be good. It's New York cheesecake. 4% graham crust, 2% strawberry ripe, 3% strawberry sweet, 4% sweet. Oh, sorry, 0% fat. I'm reading it the wrong way. 0.5. I was going to say 4% sweet. Jesus.
Hey, why don't you keep that up there? We're going to mix that today.
Yeah, he's just put it in the comments there.
Fantastic. Then just jump over to Chrome. We'll create that as a recipe. And we're going to call this.
Yeah, he's got those New York cheesecake. 4%. Graham crust. Yeah. There you go.
We'll make a 60 of this. Add flavors. Starting off with New York
cheesecake at 4%.
Capella.
You see it's FA and TFA underneath his comment. If I don't know if you've got that in.
I have cheesecake graham crust from TFA. I have New York cheesecake V1 from Capella. So we'll do that. And what'd you say? 4% of that.
Graham crust 2%.
Strawberry ripe and sweet strawberry.
Strawberry sweet, and then you've got sweet now 0.5%. Well, I hope, Matthew, that little tutorial helped you, sir. You know, give it a go. Just start off with your one shots, mate, and you'll be happy. And Larry.
So sweet strawberry is at 3. TFA is strawberry ripe.
That's a 3, isn't it?
Graham crust.
2% of Graham crusty. Hello and welcome, Space Turtle. Space Turtle is in the house. In the house. God, you're going to love this, mate. Ooh. William Dobson's got a butterscotch custard steeping at this moment in time. That sounds delicious.
I don't have just graham crust, so I'm going to have to put in TFA's cheesecake with graham crust. But it'll work. 2% of that.
Oh, shit.
And then sweetener at 0.5%.
Give us a sec. Give us a sec.
And we'll save that. Now, because this one has the cheesecake and the New York cheesecake in there, it's going to take a while to steep out. But it's well worth your patience. This one can take weeks or even months to get your flavoring the best. You don't want to go too much longer than that because then the strawberry starts to disappear in there. And that's something you definitely find out as you get to mixing things. You'll learn, which ones you can pretty much shake and vape right away. The ones that are simply just fruits, those ones are shake it and vape it. 24 hours later is more than enough time for it to steep into its actual recipe. And stuff like this, it might take a week or two before you can get it to the point where it's like, okay, now it's balanced. And with DIY, you can rush things by adjusting percentages.
There he comes, man of many, many items. You know what is it? There ever was an apocalypse, and now the first thing you would take the bunker.
What would that be, mate?
Shite with the food and drink. Get me vape shit.
Yeah, that was fun because when we went to Ohio, I only took two batteries with me, and I don't have a spare charger in Ohio. We took it to camp last time we were there.
Oh.
So, despite the warnings that we normally give people, don't charge your vape in your mod. Well, guess what I had to do?
Well, I mean,
Plug it in, charge it.
I don't think it's too bad if you're there watching it, but don't leave it unattended. I mean, there's many a time I've had me vape in my car, my batteries have died, and I've plugged in my car just to top it up to keep it alive, you know what I mean? But I wouldn't go out and charge it solely on that, like.
So 4% of this is 2.4 grams. That's the cheesecake. The cheesecake graham crust is going to be in there at 1.25.
Oh, I forgot I had that one in there.
Whoops.
I've got your favorite in this Valhalla. I didn't realize
I went
that
over a
today.
little bit. What's my favorite in there?
This was one of your favorites. I've got candy cane in here.
Oh,
nice.
yeah. That's the one shot from Flavours.
That's the one, and it's bloody good, I'll tell you.
It sure is.
I wouldn't say it's my all day vape. I mean, I'm not really a minty or pepperminty or that kind of person, but a little couple of chups on this is quite refreshing. Wouldn't be an all day.
That's why I
vape,
really
but
like it.
a bit.
The menthol that's in there, it just gives you that fresh flavor,
Yeah.
like any gum does nowadays.
It's just like a spearmint, isn't it? Like a spearminty. Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
It's nice, like. Tasted better.
And then we'll throw some sweet strawberry in there. That's also 1.8 on the 3%er.
Holy fuck. I think it's one of them juices, when you haven't had it for a while, then you try and you think, ooh, I like that again.
Mm-hmm. And then something you definitely need to add to your arsenal is Capella Super Sweet. It's something you can end up putting in all your recipes. This would be my recommendation for what sweetener to start with. TFA Super Sweet is really good, but you see the bottle is still mostly full, and I've used this, half a dozen times because this is a blend of sweeteners. So 0.5% of this is only 0.32.
I don't need a lot in, like.
Couple drops is literally what it boils down to.
Yeah. Oh, man. I think I need to invest in some more batteries.
There you go, just like that. That's your flavoring components. PG, we're going to need 7.15. So I'm going to break out the big bottle.
Sorry, I'm preoccupied, but I'm just re-wicking me Osiris. Just burn the crap off. You can see that just. There you go. Glowing to your heart's content. There you go. Let that
And this
cool
is
down.
something I recommend you do, Matt, is get yourself like a big 60 ml bottle or 120 ml bottle like this and pour your PG in here so you can get a little more accurate with it.
Yeah, good idea.
Because trying to use the big bottle, especially because you've got the lab ones that are shorter, it's hard to be accurate with it.
Or you can totally miss and get more on the table than what you would in the bottle.
Yes.
Like I've done many times.
And then, like I said, when it comes to your VG, you're essentially just topping off the bottle to the bottom of the cap where it would be.
Bob's your uncle.
There you go. Done.
Jobs are good.
There's strawberry cheesecake.
That was so quick and simple as well.
You know, it gets like anything else. You know, you sit there and go, oh man, it costs so much money to gather all these different flavorings and to gather the VG and the PG. And then you got to go out and buy the bottles. But you don't have to go to a vape shop anymore to get your liquid.
At the end of the day, it's like everything. Even with vaping, you may have like a setup cost, but once you've got the basic equipment, ingredients, whatever, you know, that's it. You're away, and it'll last you forever. You know, it'll last you forever. It's a long time. You know, rather than going to a vape shop and paying like, I don't know, $20, $25, whatever it is, for a bottle of 120 ml juice. You know what I mean?
And it doesn't need to be fancy.
That $20, $25 could get you, you know, a couple of flavors, and you know, you're away. VG
New York Strawberry Cheesecake.
Cheap. Saying VG and PG is dirt cheap anyway to buy. It's not expensive.
No. Only when you buy them in kits, they get to be expensive. But you know what? You can buy a gallon of vegetable glycerin from Amazon for like $29.
Exactly. Nothing.
A gallon of it. And then you pour them into these little bottles that you've been buying, and you realize how much money you've been wasting buying those little bottles. But when you get started, it's good to have these little bottles.
You'll find you'll go through more VG than what you do PG as well. So I would probably buy more VG than what you would PG.
You're going to be, Matt, you're going to be just like Kenny was. He bought himself a 500 ml bottle of PG and a 500 ml bottle of VG.
Yeah.
He mixed himself up 5 bottles, and he's like, I'm out at VG. So he had to go buy himself a liter of VG, and then it's like, oh man, because all your flavorings are PG based as well.
Yeah, I always buy an extra more VG. It's a learning.
And then
like
when you
else.
get yourself like a flavor shock like this, it's awesome because you've got the bottle. It's a 200 ml bottle. The hardest part about this 200 ml bottle,
getting the top off,
getting that bloody cap off.
Yeah.
Just like that. Oh, does that smell delicious?
Ooh.
Flavor Shock, we're making 200 mils. And it's going to be at a 6. And that's all you got to do. And now you've already calculated how much secret sauce you need to add to this bottle to get the flavoring set up on there.
Strength.
And if you really want to get accurate, you can go add a flavor. You'll notice that it's not going to be a 70-30. It's legit 69-31. And that's because our secret sauce has PG in it. The flavorings are all PG based. So there's the recipe right there. I need to add 12 mils of secret sauce.
Get off there, you little fucker. Where are we? There we are.
$12.43 grams is what we're shooting for. Close enough.
Near enough.
There's the stir. And because we're already at our 30%, we're just filling the bottle up. Oh man, does that smell like a lemon tart?
Really? Ooh. Like I say, there's a lot of people like, you know, that you see these one shots for selling them shaking vape. I've never believed in shaking vapes. I still think you need to let them stand regardless. Oh.
Make sure you push this top on. And then give it a good shake. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, there's 200 mils of lemon tart.
Damn. That's quite nice. No, I'll be partial to a bit of lemon tart. I like a bit of lemon tart. I must admit. Oh, yeah.
I don't think the lemon tart would go very well with this chocolate buzzball.
No. I'm just going to say that straight out of the bat. No.
Done. Just like that. I mean, what did we spend? 10, 15 minutes? We've got ourselves 3 different bottles of e-liquid. And we still have all these flavorings and stuff we can use for another recipe another day.
And you've got quite a nice quantity of liquid as well.
It's that simple to DIY your own e-liquid. Anybody can do it.
Yes. Oh, you probably get out there, you.
It never ceases to amaze me. This chocolate buzzball, when you drink this and then follow it with a coffee, man, is that coffee even more potent than it was when I first drank it this morning.
Chocolate and coffee go together quite well, apparently.
And it accentuates the roasted chocolate, the roasted coffee flavor, the roasted bean flavor.
Yeah.
Can't get over that part of it. So, how's your tank coming along? You get it all done?
Done. All done. Rewicked. Nice and tidy nighty. Yep. Just filling the motherfucker up now. And I am actually putting in some Flavours chocolate shake. I'm going to go for a bit of chocolate shake today, I think.
I didn't get the chocolate shake one.
Oh, it's bloody lovely. It's
I'll have to mix that up one of these days.
It's very nice. It's not too...
Well, if you're sitting there building, I think it's time for our retro vape bumper.
Oh,
and we get to find out how this Purge mod, the XRDA is.
Oh, envious.
A long time ago, in a galaxy not so far away, a group of individuals created Purge mods. And they decided that they wanted a nice, cloudy, flavorful dripper. And there you have it.
Oh, yeah. It's a nice looking dripper as well, isn't it? Lovely.
5997 is the serial number. That looks to be copper for the 510 pin.
I like copper because I think it's a better conductor than brass.
It is, and it's very easy to clean it up.
Yeah, and gold plated, you know, it's much better.
Look at that deck. Can you get any simpler than that?
Hell yeah. Simple. I say, man, simple things work. Always have.
And you can change that 510 pin out and turn it into a squonker. You see the opening there? Now I just need to figure out what coils we're throwing in this. I think I'm going to pull out the DovePo 7-in-1 kit. Beautiful assortment of coils to throw in.
Ooh.
There's a Juggernaut. Got some Alien Claptons, frame staple.
Oh.
There's a chain link. I never understood that chain link. I never got any real good flavor out of any of those chain link or those twisted braids.
Nah. I'd gone for the aliens.
So we've got this Fuse Clapton 2. It's 0.34 ohms. 0.2. It's going to ohm out really low if you put a dual set in. 0.2 for that Fuse Clapton number 4. The aliens are supposed to be 0.3, so it'll be 0.15.
Oh, come on, that'd be a lovely look. That'd be spot on for a dripper.
All right. That should work out pretty well.
I like alien coils. They're quite nice.
Yes, they are. Is that actually alien?
I can make the bloody things.
Or do those look like Claptons to you?
Looks more like a
Those look like regular Clapton coils.
Yeah?
They don't look like aliens.
Nah.
Aliens zigzag back and forth.
Yeah. They look like Claptons.
Did they put them in the wrong tray?
Can't quite see.
It's a much finer Clapton on there. I can't really tell if it's...
You can tell an alien straight off. It should be like ziggy.
Yeah,
Like
these
that's
are
all
zig.
right. It's like a, yeah. They all look like Claptons, unfortunately. Which is a bit of a shame.
Strike for DovePo. Alien Clapton. None of those look like aliens.
Nope.
They just look like regular Clapton.
Even the frame staples look like Claptons.
Typical machined setup. All right. Anyway. I'm going to prep these like I normally do.
Oh.
I'm going to space them a little bit.
God, that's good. That is good. God damn, that's good.
Nothing like making your day with a wonderful freshening up of the coils.
Do you know what I hate when you've got all these vapes on the go? Because you like them all, you don't know which one to bloody pick up, do you? I mean, oh, well, I'm doing it. You know what I mean? You're like, oh.
Ain't that the truth?
But it's nice to be spoiled for choice, so that's all I can say with that, like.
Interesting how they only have one screw that goes down the middle.
Yeah, it's like a double clamper, isn't it?
All right,
What?
so
I suppose it'll work. Probably better just pre-cut your legs.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, how much of a crossover there is in the bottom there and what to cut them to. These ones. That's how much would be taken off if I cut it to 8. Don't want to cut them too short because it's got to be clamped down in the very end of the leg.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming 8's going to work.
Is there nothing suggested on the packaging as a leg length? Any instructions suggesting a leg length? Some of them do, just to give you a starting point or an idea, you know what I mean?
Fast Eddie's Vape Shop and Lounge, LLC, will not be held responsible for any misuse, damage, or injury due to operation of our devices. This device is used at your own risk.
Like everything, innit? Use at your own risk.
And that's it. There ain't nothing else there. What they give? What else they give you in the package? All right, there's our squonk pin, spare grub screws, spare O-rings, and we have a honeycomb style. If you don't like the slotted.
Or is it a Purge RDA, yeah?
Yep, Purge X RDA.
Purge X. I'll just see if there's any.
Well, I'm going to cut these ones at 8. And drop them in there. That's going to work out beautifully.
The actual RDA, XRDA, still go for 40 English pounds over here.
Wonder if I should prep these with a little bit of a band right in the bottom. See, just like that.
one guy suggesting cutting them to 4mm.
How are they going to be clamped in if they're only 4?
That's what he's got them very close, like, so I don't know if he's got enough leeway to pull them out. They're literally touching the sides when he puts them in, but he like pulls them out. In fact, it actually looks like a crap build when you know he got away with that. I'll check another one. This is a decent person that's done it.
Oh yeah, I can feel both of those coils getting drawn in there. Not so much on that one. See, this one's too high.
Yeah, like I said, when that guy that cut before, he's building up awful. Ugh. That's it. I think you said you've got to cut enough leg length to be able to lift them or drop them, haven't you? You've got to make them long enough so you can move them. Oh, wow. Doesn't look too bad.
0.17.
Very close.
I want this leg a little further down in. It's my OCD kicking in.
The OCD, Mr. Perfectionist.
Sorry.
Nothing wrong with that, matey. Nothing wrong with that, matey. You've got to be happy with it. You know what I mean? It's best doing it now rather than later. You fussy bugger. Hello, Michael Redfern.
Come on.
Get in, you motherfucker. Oh, that's beer. We're going to need some more beer in there.
Still 0.17.
But as long as you're not getting a short, that's the main thing. Wow, that's a lovely pint, that. You know what it is? That could have been a bomb. And look at that pint. Look at the head on that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys like heads on your beers in America? I know some London.
Drink through the head.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
In London, it's like piss. It's flat as an egg. No head on it. You're like, ugh.
We do have some people that prefer not to have it because they're cheapskates and they want the glass filled to the rim.
You get the Cockney geezers going, what's all that shit on the top of that? It's a bloody fluffy, that is. It's frothy. There's no to egg. Are you having a laugh? Oh God, yeah, I've got that dude with fine art, that like. But yeah, try that one, my friend. Make yourself a snake bite.
I'm not big into the cider thing.
You can make it as strong or as weak as you like with the cider. You can put more beer in, weaken the cider off. Lovely, man.
A little bit of movement here in the bottom of this thing. I probably should have checked the 510 pin, see if it was tight.
You can always give it a nip, like. Where's the fire?
The one heating up a little faster than the other one. Little magnetism to regulate it.
Yeah, you see, you're getting scientific now, there, aren't you? A bit of magnetism.
Change the induction rate of the coil.
Yep. Science, people. He's a scientist who believes in science.
Now you got a nice even glow.
You cannot change the laws of physics, Captain.
But you can if you exceed warp 10. That's how they created time travel on Star Trek, isn't it?
Warp 10, Mr. Scotty.
All right.
No.
That's pretty nice.
Mr. Sulu was at the hell money. Mr. Sulu, take us in.
Aye. Awesome. All right. So while that thing is cooling off, and I'm just sitting here knocking everything over left and right, let's pull out that Valyrian.
That's the beauty of live streaming, mate. Live TV at its best.
Yeah, because then you can drop everything and it goes all over the floor, and now it's like I can't bring over a nice, beautiful package. I get to show you the lid.
There you go.
The tank I just dropped on the floor. There's that. Well. There's the spare package.
Well, let's just say you pre-opened it.
There's the bottom. There's the other one.
Well, let's face it. It's a novel way to open a box. Just drop it on the floor.
Valyrian gold.
Ooh.
The original Valyrian. I got the 2 or the 3 sitting back there somewhere. Look at that.
What the hell is that? Oh, very nice.
A cover for your drip tip.
That's so cool.
And that legit is a gold band.
So why? That's a good idea. That a cover for your drip. You know yourself, you put it like your vape down in somewhere, or you turn it off and you carry it in your pocket and you pick it up. And it's all about your pocket fluff and everything all over the drip tip. And
yeah. Why they quit doing that? I don't know.
Yeah, what a very handy device.
Matchy, except for the orange O-rings.
Oh, I used to hate them on smocks. Smocks used to be a bugger for them, didn't it? Orange O-rings. Oh my God, no.
Theirs were red, legit, straight up red.
Reds, there was reds. There was oranges as well, though. Oh no!
Look at this. This is talk about fancy schmancy. Ready?
Oh yes, I like them. I like that kind. That's cool.
It latches. It's a proper latch.
But that's why I like that RDA. You've got you just flip it off and it opens up the top. It's awesome. I think that's such a good way to fill. Come off, you fucker. Oh, lots coming apart, isn't it? Ooh. There it is, them Wicking ports are huge on that coil, aren't they? Jesus. What's that coming out of? What's that one? There's your no.
Don't vape in the bin. Minimum level. This is fantastic. I never try to let it get down to the point where the cotton's exposed.
Yeah.
0.15, 95 to 120 watts.
Oh, now you're talking my language.
Round wire. Round wire. The problem is when you run this thing at 95 to 100 watts, it might be really good initially, but you're going to destroy the flavor in your coils. That's why mesh is so much better nowadays, because the mesh, you don't have to heat it as high of a temperature.
Yeah. Well,
what on bloody earth is this?
Welcome to old school, my friend. What's that you've got?
What the heck is this?
I can't see. $100 to 120 watts. What the fuck is that? Is that... Oh. Are they not the coil? No. Holy moly, what the fuck are they? I'm gonna have a look now. I need to have a look now. You've got me lost. Valyrian, original, yeah.
Spare coil. 0.15. Spare glass. What the heck is this?
Now, how much them are now in the UK for as a clearance? £15 and 19 pence. You can pick a Valyrian up for £15 and 19 pence in the UK.
What the heck is this thing from? I don't even know for a fact that this came out of the Valyrian. This could have been something that was on my floor from something else I dropped.
Hang on, I'm just having a look. They are not parts of the Valyrian, mate.
Then what the heck are they from?
They're not parts of the Valyrian. That's a mystery what them are. They look like where you can build your own coil or something on them, didn't they?
They look like 510 pins. Like that was a 510 pin for something. What would we do? The Kensai? That wasn't part of the Kensai.
Nope.
Yeah, the Kensai has a short. I'm going to have to dig through the rest of my stuff to figure out what that came from.
I know. You know that one that's got like the spiral cotton going down? Is it not one of the off that one?
No, because the deck's clear up here, it won't fit.
Got you. I wonder what the hell they're off. There's a mystery. There's your challenge for next week. Find out what the hell them are. Got some kind of resistance on them. Or wattage by the looks of it. Got to be
like you swap it out and you can change the wattage.
Yeah, something to do with a coil, I would have thought, wouldn't you? They look like miniature sex toys.
Nipple rings.
Oh dear.
All right. What are we throwing on here?
What are you going to pour in it?
Mojito or donut power?
Ask a silly question. I was going to say, were you going to put your newfound flavour in it? Because you know what that tastes like.
Well, if we're going to do that, I might as well just go with the original OG blue.
Oh, yes.
It's essentially what we just mixed up earlier, except I added 2% of strawberry to this.
Ah, right.
All right. Throw a little juice on there.
As long as it's a juice flavour profile that you know well, you know what I mean? You've got a good idea what it tastes like, so... I got absolutely soaked yesterday, by the way. Can I just say that? We've had shitloads of rain here in the UK, and I mean shitloads. I have been drenched for the last 2 days.
I'm telling you, that comes with this kit.
It doesn't.
Look at this.
I've just looked at the video. There's nothing in it. That's it. Are you sure that's not a pair of custom-made cufflinks you're getting off Amazon?
Look at that. I'm telling you, that came from this kit. Because I just cleaned this office when I moved everything around. So unless it was something we did last week...
So is that actually is it the original Valyrian? It's not a Valyrian 1, 2, 3. It's an actual original Valyrian. Nothing in the destruction manual with them.
Nope. UWELL Valyrian.
First one, yeah?
I'm telling you, that's what it is. It allows you to modify the airflow through the center of the coil.
I'm just having a look. I've just looked at Bogan's
You've got a
video.
spiral and you got yourself a butt plug. Or just the naked 510 pin. Because that matches up with the ground.
Well, I don't know. Like I say, you could be... I'm just trying to see if there's anything...
$95 to $120.
It's just like the ones I'm looking at, they've got nothing on with it. They've just got the coils, and that's it. The UWELL Valyrian, that's the 2 ml one.
So this is for $95 to $105, and this one's $100 to $120. They're manipulating the airflow through the center of the coil.
Valyrian 3, Valyrian 2, the Valyrian.
Okay, get that started there.
It is. It is. It is. You're right. You put them in to change the airflow, man. Yep, you're right. Yep, you're right. They go in the bottom and they manipulate your airflow. But on Bogan's, Bogan didn't have them.
Maybe it fell on his floor too and he didn't realize it. Rolled underneath a shelf or something.
Yeah. Oh, well, shit, I've dropped some. No, we don't need that.
I love the snap of that cap.
Yeah, it was like what you said. You put it in the bottom, it acts as your 510, then you screw your coil on, and then you pull it together, and away you go.
And it modifies the airflow through the center of the coil.
That's right. Obviously,
man, they were trying everything to manipulate the outcome.
I'm just wondering if that's like maybe some cooling, because obviously then wattages on them could be, you know, they're the recommended wattages that you vape with them in. You know what I mean?
What the heck happened to this? It got beat up.
Oh, did you drop that and all, did you? Oh no. Oh no.
What the hell?
That looks like it's been dropped. Shit.
And what's the wattage supposed to be?
I would break it in a little lower.
95 to start.
I would go on 85. 85 to drop it in. Get it bled in a bit. If I think if you go straight 95, you might 90.
Let that sit there and soak up the juice while we throw some cotton in this sucker.
Yeah, I'll start that off with maybe 90. See where you can. But you didn't like a warm vape, though, do you?
I generally don't care for it, but you know what? I mean, that's what the recommendation was from the manufacturer, so that's what I'm going to throw in.
But at the end of the day, you know, you might think, 95 watts, but that might just be a coolish vape, you know yourself.
Yeah, if it's got a crap ton of airflow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's got to have a crap ton of flavour, man. Fuck me, it's an RDA, isn't it? Come on.
Snap.
Just dump it all in the deck. Get in there.
Too long.
I just want to touch in the bottom, don't you? Oh, lordy do. Oh, my earpiece. I've just scratched my ear and pulled my earpiece out.
We'll have to paint these wicks down.
That's very fluffy cotton you've got in there, my friend.
It also has to do with the weather we've been having lately. And the fact I'm running air conditioning. That's too long.
Oh, well, it's been shit. It's been constantly raining. And I mean raining. Heavy raining. We've had yellow weather warnings, everything for localized flooding.
We had tornado watch out the other day when it was raining in the evening.
Wow.
I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, what a way to end the week. Freaking tornado.
Have you ever seen one?
Pennsylvania.
Have you ever actually been in one or witnessed one out in your part of the world?
Not a big one. Not one that, you know, I'd love to go storm chase, you know, during tornado season.
My wife watches a couple of the US storm chasers, like she loves it. But they're beautiful things. Even though they're very destructive, they're beautiful things to look at. I think they are. They look amazing.
And for this one, I'm gonna go with the old
Hawaiian Punch. I knew that was coming out. I knew the Hawaiian Punch would show its face at some point this evening.
I want to see what she's like on this dripper.
Ooh.
Gonna have to make me another bottle.
I'm surprised you haven't got a gallon of it made sitting in the shelf.
I'm gonna have to reach out to Darren and get some more flavoring. Made so much of it.
So I'm saying you should do what like Vic does with these peach custard, make like 5 liters of it. And
make a liter of it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stick with the chuff cap that was on there originally.
I think that's going to get warm. Remember the last one I think you tried was some similar type of cap. It got very hot, didn't it?
Should be higher. I didn't change the resistance, did I? Where did I put... What's the other option? The honeycomb. Is the honeycomb lower?
Oh.
Higher.
Higher. You're not too far away. I mean, it's hitting about the middle, isn't it? So, I mean, at least if it's a bit dull, the flavour, now you need to lift them up.
Should get a nice mech out and throw it on there.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Depends. What's your resistance? Point what? 1.7.
Yep.
I want plenty of liquor on that bad boy. Here we go. Ooh, it's like a whistle.
Very whistly.
Yeah, it's like a copper's whistle.
Crank this up a little bit. Go to 81. Oh. I ruined the cap.
I'm sure you'll have more.
Flavours, fantastic.
Yeah. I wouldn't have expected anything less, to be honest with you.
And 80 watts, it chuffs that cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to drop the nick down if I want to sit there and crank this one. It's like the steam crave.
Wow.
It drinks the juice too. Look how dry that cotton already is.
Oh yeah. But I think sometimes on a fresh build with an RD, I let it sit a little bit, let the wicks really soak it up. You know what I mean?
I have to get a squonk out. Throw this on the squonk.
Oh, a little squonk, lovely.
freaking thing is delicious.
Proper purge for you, matey. That's the purge.
Now I understand why people love their mechs.
Oh man, this Wasp Nano sitting on this is just, it's just divine. It's absolutely divine. The coil for a single coiled RDA, honestly, you're going to love this. Honestly, you are absolutely going to love this.
Look, I pulled the center cap out to change the top.
Yeah.
Those are beveled to push the air down.
So it hits
all
your coil.
3 of them. Right at the coils.
Yeah, a bit like the old Dead Rabbit design, in it, the angled airflow on the
So we're
coil.
going to try it with the honeycomb.
You're
smoothed out the airflow completely.
You're sold. You are sold.
This is the best dripper I've got.
Told you it's Purge, man. What can I say?
The honeycomb, the holes that they put in this thing are the perfect diameter. And then with that inner cap directing the airflow towards the coil.
Purge, man. I mean, that was an expensive bit of kit, you know, when it first come out. They weren't cheap then, if I remember correctly. What's it gone for now?
Well, $39.99 is what I paid for it. Sorry.
Right, so in the UK we are looking at, hang on, come on, you little fucker. We're looking at £40 in the UK. They're still going for 40 quid.
Same here. $39.99 essentially is £40. 40 bucks.
Yeah. So it's pretty much same price, isn't it, really?
Buttery smooth airflow, though. That's the part I can't get over. And just the right amount of restriction for me.
Most of the sites I've been on it now, it's out of stock. So that's how good it is. It's sold out everywhere. Pretty much.
That's my first experience with Purge.
That's when you can tell something's good. When you go to look for it on a website and it's sold out, you know it's good. I might have to look out for one of them. Definitely.
I'm going to have to pull out. Where's my squonk at? Well, I could do the Pulse. We did for 4th of July.
Good old
Throw it
Pulse,
on
eh?
there.
Yeah, man. Oh my God, man.
But that battery's not going to last long. A single 21-780. I mean, it almost cries for a Odin. I don't know, mate.
Chat on the next.
I'm definitely happy with that, though.
Stick it on a stack mech. Oh, it'll be amazing.
Time for the Valyrian.
But you've kind of spoiled yourself, haven't you? Because compared to the Purge, that Valyrian's going to be naff.
I'm trying to determine if I can tell, other than the whistly noise coming from it, and it's an odd whistle. It's not like your standard smock whistle.
Yeah.
It's a subdued whistle, and that's at 90. And it's not hot.
That's what I'm saying. Some builds, you think it's 90 watts, it's going to be hot, but they're not.
Yeah, for a 0.14.
Yeah.
100 watts. I'm getting an off taste, but it's a good off taste. It's not a bad off taste. It's not like Sigelli's. When you first have a Sigelli coil, it's got that off chemically taste to it.
Yeah. I think in the old days with the round wire coils, you had to go through a tank to bed it in. That was just a general rule of thumb, unfortunately.
I could have quit with this.
Easy.
If this would have been the first tank I bought instead of it being the Atlantis, I could have quit with this.
Easy. The Valyrians, I think it got good reviews when it came out. I think everybody thought it was a pretty good tank for its day. Especially
it still has that off taste. I'm trying to identify what it would be.
I think that's just round wire. I think you just generally got that anyway. Like I said, once your tank bedded in, it kind of fizzled out. I don't know why. Because when you think about it, when you do rebuildable with a round wire coil, you can burn it in, can't you? You can glue it in. But with one of them, you can't. So it's got to burn off any impurities before, you know what I mean? Yeah, man, very nice.
Valyrian, everything is special. And there's everything that came with it. And then there's your spare O-rings package. All inside this little tube.
When you get a bit of time, you should try them little airflow adapters, just see what the difference is. It'll be interesting.
I'm going to swap them out and see.
Yeah, see.
Look at the manual. When's the last time you got a manual like that?
Oh, nah. I've spoke 20,000 languages, though.
A proper manual.
The good old days, mate. The good old days.
And it does tell you how to change the pin.
So it is part of it, yeah. Holy shit,
Come
man.
on. Tells you properly how to put the coil in, how to change the pin, clean the condensation holder, which is your drip tip.
Oh, is that what it's called now? A condensation holder.
Condensation holder.
Oh, do you want a drip tip? No, I want a condensation holder, please. Thank you very much.
I'll take a proper condensation holder.
Yes, I want one of those.
A posh RDA and a posh stock tank coil.
Very nice, very nice. Very suave. That's it.
And that airflow is surprisingly smooth. Wonder why nobody else did that. Because you're literally legit creating a turbine inside there for the airflow.
Yeah, like a hurricane type of, like a tornado.
Yeah, a vortex. You're creating a vortex like a tornado around the inside of your coil.
Clever idea, isn't it? I think I see when this on that kind of era, there was still a lot of innovation going on. You know, there were still people trying to do the airflow and the wattage race. There's still a lot of that going on in that time. Now we've got to a point where do we go next? You know what I mean? You know, mesh coils came along. Coils are pretty much perfected. Then there's like the airflow. Airflow is pretty much perfected. So where do you go next? You know what I mean?
Well, now they've got it to the point where they've got the computer circuitry for temperature control built into the board. You don't even see it to maintain the ideal heat and output for those mesh coils that are in there. And just like this disposable product now knows when you've gone through the juice, theoretically, they can calculate how much juice you're using for each puff.
Yeah.
And it's done. And then a new one doesn't do that. This was my wife's. She went through this in a week, and this wasn't her primary device. This is one that's been sitting on my desk, and it sat on my desk the whole time. I never took it anywhere else.
Wow.
The technology of vaping has come such a long way.
Oh, it has.
And this buzz ball works.
It's an odd one, that a buzz ball. I've never heard of one of them. Like, then again, it's probably.
My wife saw it and she's like, "Oh, you got to try that on the vlog." Choc Tease. It's like chocolate milk.
But you know what to do? You need to give her the glass for her bling crafting. She'll make some with that glass. It's unusual.
This came from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, the Crazy Mason milkshake bar. Stuffed full of ice cream and cookies. The cookies were legit hanging on to the ice cream on the side, and the chocolate syrup glued it all together. It was like $7 or $8, but the ice cream was legit this tall.
Really? Wow.
It was like 2 or 3 mounds ice cream balls on top of this, plus what it was filled with, plus there was chocolate syrup down the inside of it and around the outside of the lid.
Wow. See, in Mason jar, we call them jam jars over here because it's just like a jam jar.
And that buzz ball was delicious. And for those of you out there, yeah, I do kind of feel a little buzz off of it. 15% alcohol.
15% alcohol? What the hell do you expect?
And
see that's
for the state of Iowa, Maine, and Vermont, you have to return this to get your recycling fee. Just like glass.
Which is cool.
Yeah.
See, that's the problem with all these like alcoholic drinks now, that they don't taste like an alcoholic drink, do they? Like you said, it just tastes like a chocolate milkshake. And
yeah.
You know, the effect, you don't realize the effect that's going to happen to you. I mean,
until you finish it and go, hey, yeah. I do have a little buzz.
Yeah, imagine you having 2, 3, 4 of them. You'd be buzzing all right.
You'll be getting a DUI. That's what you'll be getting.
Exactly. I'd be asleep. 15% alcohol. Jesus Christ! I don't even think that's legal over here. Is it actually legal? Oh, it is. Must be. You can get 40% vodka over here. So
yeah, the vodka is going to be 40%.
Yeah.
80 proof. It's not Everclear.
Whiskey is about that. Now a good whiskey's 40. So. Wow. 15% in the fucking sweet. Ooh, hell's bells. Hell no. Hell no.
We're only at 2 hours and 20 minutes. We've already gone through our retro vape. We've already mixed up some DIY e-liquid. We haven't done a random recipe, but...
And now what's going on? We're well ahead this week. What's going on? What are you doing?
It's Purge Mod's fault for coming up with a dripper that is so easy to throw coils in, even though it's got that goofy configuration where you have a single grub screw and you got to like put the little bend in the end of your coils so they sit on top of each other so the grub screw can legit clamp down both of them. But the flavor is fantastic.
Nah, it's like you see, it's well worth the effort. That's the thing. You're getting a nice reward at the end of it, aren't you?
The flavor and the sweetness comes right through as well.
You're liking that, mate, aren't you?
This is supposed to taste like my Hunky Hawaiian Punch. Not the Hunky
Right.
Wine Punch, the blue raspberry cotton candy. The flavor's there, but it's not like as strong as I would have expected to be. The sweetness is there more than the flavor of the blue raspberry.
Ah. But it is wrong way, you know. It's not mesh.
I never thought I'd find a product that it was round wire that I'd be able to quit smoking with. And the Valyrian nailed it. Now I understand why there's so many fanboys for the UWELL Valyrians. I think I have the Valyrian 3 here.
The Valyrians were good tanks. That's what I'm saying. They got good raving reviews at the time. Raving reviews.
Wow.
I think
as long as you don't do like my wife did.
How's that?
Apricot Delight.
Oh, all right.
She left it in her car door. She must not have liked it. Not much going out of it. 2 tanks worth, maybe.
Yeah. So you thought, what the hell? I love it. So this week we've got a good tank and a good RDA. There we go. I think the RDA were kind of knew what was coming with that, like.
We did,
You know what I mean?
but now I understand why. Pulling that center cap, the center part of your chuff cap out, with them directing the airflow down, I'm like, that's too high. There's no way those coils are sitting down at the first row that's going to give you good flavor. But they did it right, directing the airflow straight at the top of the coils.
It's kind of how the dead. It's kind of how the dead rabbit worked, isn't it? You were looking at the coil, you're thinking that's way too. Nah, it's not. And then obviously they had the angled airflow, and it just worked, didn't it? I was never a fan of the dead rabbits, to be honest with you. I thought they were just so-so. I thought they were average.
They were okay.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't think they were brilliant, but they were good for the day.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I mean, have you seen this, man? It's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This nano, right, is a single. I repeat, single coil RTA, right?
Well, the D is done. Now waiting to try it. Hope it works out for you. If you need some other flavorings, let me know.
Yeah, good luck with it, Matthew. Hope you get stuck in, have a go, mate. Fuck me, man, really?
Same wattage as the coil, though. Yeah, it would have to be. The inserts into the Valyrian.
Jesus.
Smoke. I mean, let's think about it. A vape company that calls their name Smoke when everybody that's using them wants to get away from smoke.
I didn't pronounce it that way. I call it smock.
I always call them smock.
I always call it smock. Yeah, I've always called it smock.
There was an interview that Phil
because
did.
when you think about it, smoke without the E in it, so it's smock.
Yeah,
that's the branding.
Yep, and they actually asked one of the smoke guys during a vape show the one time, how are you supposed to pronounce it? And they were like, smoke. Either or.
that never did down, did it?
Is it this one or this one? Yes.
Anyone you like. We're not fussed. We don't care.
The Beast coil, up to 120 watts for this Valyrian. Yeah. If I would have put the other insert in there.
Fuck me.
All right. Time for a random recipe. And before we jump into our random recipe, I think it's time for me to open up the Yuengling Raging Eagle Mango. How much mango is this going to be, and how much of a beer flavor is this going to be? Wow. That's definitely a Yuengling, and if you've ever had Yuengling before, you'll know it is a very distinct beer. And surprisingly, the mango does work with it. I'm kind of impressed. Wow. So what can we make? What can we make today? Sherlock Holmes. What a beautiful combination.
Hard break.
I have an advantage. My loo is a lot closer than yours.
Mine's up bloody stairs.
Mine's legit the room next door.
I've got to go.
But this is surprisingly good.
Oh, have you cracked it open? It's nice.
Yes.
Mango beer. The sound of it doesn't appeal to this, but I can kind of like.
But it does work together. It's not a sweet mango. It's just the essence of mango. The majority of the flavor of this is a strong, potent Yuengling beer. Did you ever have a Yuengling?
No, I've never had it.
It's a Pennsylvania thing. It's a Pennsylvania beer.
I've never had it. I don't think we've got it. I mean, I've never
I
seen
can't pass on it
American
2 weeks in a row.
I've never seen American beers over here in the UK as much. Budweiser's about the popular one, but that's about it, you know what I mean?
Yuengling is a very distinct flavor. It's kind of on the sweeter side of beers, but it is a very hearty flavor. And it's not just hops.
Got ya.
We passed on it last week because I had to go get the check, which actually got mailed to another state.
Did you collect it all right, yeah?
Yeah, my mom had it in her mailbox.
So that's where it got sent to, the other address. Thankfully, at least you know you got it anyway.
Fair enough. I mean, that's where it's registered because I have dual residency in Ohio and Pennsylvania. With me having custody of my daughter, I have to be here half the time, but the other half of the time I'm there taking care of my mother, so...
Nothing wrong with that, Seth. Nothing wrong with that.
Constant shuffle back and forth. But I can't pass up on the opportunity to make Mallory Gates blue balls. She may not be here today, but blueberry, peach, and raspberry.
Unusual. I find that very unusual that you've got to be a citizen of 2 states. Wow.
You don't have to be. You can pick one.
Yeah.
But there's advantages. It's kind of like the trucking companies. If you think about it, if you ever look at the trucking companies and look at the license plate on the truck and the license plate on the trailer, all the trailers in the United States, I'd be willing to bet a good majority of them are registered in Nebraska. Because once you register it, you have a permanent license plate on a permanent vehicle.
I think it's just something unusual us because I mean we're obviously a much smaller country, but you can travel anywhere and you're a British citizen, period, no matter where you go in the UK. You know what I mean? You don't have to get any kind of.
At least it's not as bad
status.
as Canada. Canada, if you've ever watched what's that show with the truckers, the tow truck company that hauls tractor trailers?
Yeah, there's the ice road truckers and there's the ice rescue, something like that. Along that line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they have a trucking company, and they're both in Alberta and in the province next to it. And depending on where that truck is housed, you have to change the plates on that truck to where it's coming from.
That's so weird. I think the only time in the UK where it depends where you live is when you die, basically, is, you know, where you have your funeral. So if you wanted to have, say for example, if you lived in Sunderland, right, which is in the northeast, and then you lived in Gateshead, and if you lived in Sunderland, you wanted to be buried or cremated, whatever, in Gateshead, you would have to pay a non-residency fee. That's the only time it comes into the UK, when you die, which is very odd.
I love it though. 3 ingredients. Just 3 ingredients. Sweet raspberry, juicy peach, and Capella's blueberry. And she says it takes 2 to 3 weeks of steeping.
Wow.
All right.
3 ingredients. That's very odd though, for 3 ingredients, isn't it?
I've had some issues with the juicy peach before. I've tried to formulate recipes using TPA's juicy peach, and I don't get juicy peach out of it. Perhaps the reason is because I simply wasn't waiting long enough.
Possibly steep time, innit?
It might need a steep like custards do. And that makes sense because I have a commercial e-liquid that I bought, and the commercial e-liquid was a peach, and it was like very pungent and astringent when we first got it.
Yeah.
And I let it sit here, and I tried it again a year later, and it was a much smoother e-liquid.
I bought one. It was some something fruits. They've done various fruits, just pure fruits, just a strawberry, peach, an apple, whatever. And that peach one, it was very harsh. But if you left, but I found like the longer you left it, the better it got.
Question is, do I want to add any sweetness to this? The sweet raspberry is the sweet raspberry, so there is sweetness already in there. I'm going to mix it the way it is. I can always add the sweetness later on because the sweetness, as soon as you add it, it's present.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. And there's our recipe.
Well, it's well worth trying the basic recipe just to see what you reckon. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Poof. I'm fucking out with this room here, mate.
Not fogging out with the Batman.
I'll tell you what this, for this being a single cut RDA, it kicks out some fucking vapor, like, Jesus Christ. Fuck me.
I'm on a 60 mil roll today.
Yeah, I've noticed that. You like your 60 mil. I know what it is, though. And I've got you so astute. You only do 120 ml if you fucking like it, really like it.
If I love it.
Yeah, that's where you come into that. And I'm such cute.
You caught on.
Yeah, oh, yes, definitely. Let's make 120 ml of this. He's gonna like this one.
And then I leave it sit on the shelf and stew for a while.
Yep. See, I'm getting there. You see, I'm sort of sussing you now, lad. I'm sussing you out.
I got your number. That's the saying here.
Exactly.
I got your number. I see what you're doing.
I'm getting there. It's not a bad thing.
We're calling about your car's extended warranty. I don't have one.
It's not a,
Perfect. We can sell it to you.
No, you can't.
All right, Capella's blueberry. Everybody tells me that Flavor West blueberry is the blueberry to have.
Flavor West.
So I got a big 60 mil of it, but I haven't used it yet. I'm going to have to try that. Once we get everything narrowed down here, I'm going to start doing this daily single flavor testing. All right, 1.9.
I know our chat isn't keeping up with the chat on YouTube, and Matthew has asked where can you get the bottles so you can fill them. So where do you get your bottles from, sir?
Bull City Flavors.
Bull City Flavors, Matthew.
Bull City Flavors is where I order them. They come as a 5-pack. They're like $5 or something like that, for something or whatever. And if you use Hunky V for your discount code, you'll get 6% off. Capital H, capital V. No space.
Yeah, Pam Spriggers pretty much put straight away. She got hers from Bull City Flavors as well. So yeah, but if you put H and V, you get discount, sir. So if you're still around,
Hunky
sir,
V.
there you go. There you go.
There's the blueberry. That's a 3%. Oh, yeah, I see why it takes a steep. The juicy peach is in here at 8%.
8? Wow.
8%. 4.8 grams.
Oh,
so now I see why it takes a couple weeks for that blueberry to come out. Because you're pushing juicy peach to the max and adding blueberry and raspberry as a secondary flavors.
Got ya.
And while you're placing your order from Bull City Flavors, get yourself some VG from them, because you're going to need it.
Yeah.
500 mils of VG and 500 mils of PG are only going to last you 5 bottles of e-liquid. So might as well pick up a liter of VG from them.
Definitely go for the liter.
All right, 4.8 of juicy peach. And then the last flavoring is TFA sweet raspberry.
Sweet raspberry.
2.4 grams.
It's an odd one, but I bet it works.
Very medicinal on the knuckle test.
But chemically, would you say?
Because it's ultra concentrated. It's got some sweetness to it, not like super sweet does if you knuckle test it. But once you add it to the VG, it gives it a certain kind of sweetness to it. And then the raspberry itself, when you push that, at a higher percentage, you definitely get a strong raspberry flavor from it.
Yeah.
All right, so for our PG, we got 5.6 of that.
Looks a nice colour. I'll give it that. It's a nice golden, trickly colour, isn't it? Nice colour.
Little swirl. And then top it off with vegetable glycerin.
No, I was going to say, try vaping it like that. With no VG in.
No, thank you. No.
I bet that'd be a throat hit and a half, that wouldn't it? I wonder if anybody's ever tried doing that. Just vaping pure PG.
I'm sure there have been, because I've seen people bitch and moan about, flavorings that they bought on Amazon, thinking they could vape them just straight away.
Obviously not.
It tastes horrible. My mouth was so dry, I had to drink 5 cups of coffee to get rid of it.
My throat got burned.
Horrible flavor. Because it's a concentrate. It's meant for mixing. Add your PG and VG and your secret sauce and the right combinations and percentage. And just like that, you have yourself a commercial e-liquid. I'll have to come up with a special sticker for this one.
Yeah. Good old masking tape.
All right, that ain't gonna work.
Another bottle of fantastic juice, well made.
Blue ball. Done. Done and done. Done and dusted.
Matey. Done and dusted.
Thank you very much, Mallory. Sorry I didn't mix it up last week. But we'll let it sit here, and we'll come back to it in 2 weeks. I believe she said was the ideal steep, 2 to 3 weeks.
You'd be tasting before then.
Oh, hell yeah. We could taste it next week.
You'd be going, oh, yep, that's not bad. Needs a bit more.
Definitely not today, though, because of that juicy peach being in there. That peach is going to be very astringent.
Yeah, it'll be very chemically, I think, because it's potent.
Listen, it's not like your King. Your King took a couple months for it to actually come out right, and even then you still had to add some more sweetness to it.
That just blew me away. That was just absolutely amazing. Absolutely brilliant. The 60 watt guy said he's going to eat and lurk.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that, sir.
My wife's going to see Jelly Roll tonight. So I think I'm going to have leftovers from yesterday. She made stuffed chicken breasts with corn and mashed potatoes. Who's Jelly Roll?
What the hell? Oh, yeah.
You're like, who the hell is Jelly Roll?
I've never heard of Jelly Roll, mate.
American singer.
Ah. Rock singer? Pop singer? R&B?
Kind of like a country R&B.
Country West. Ah, I don't mind it.
It's not country like you and I would like listening to country. It's like the hillbilly country that is a mix of rap and country.
Yeah. I see where you come from. Yeah, I get that. I wasn't thinking like Billy Ray Cyrus. You know what I mean? I wasn't going down that road.
No. Not Billy Ray Cyrus. Not any of the classics. No Willie Nelson.
Yeah. With his achy breaky heart, you know what I mean? His achy breaky heart. I mean, how?
No Reba.
Jesus.
No.
Jesus Christ, what a track. That was absolutely shocking. It was cheesy as fuck.
His girlfriend / wife is a porn star.
Oh, well, everyone to their own, you know what I mean?
And everybody's envious of her like she was Marilyn Monroe or something.
Oh. Imagine being married to someone like that. Yeah, are you going to wear it? Yeah, I'm just going to suck 20 cocks, you know. What the fuck? I mean, nah. Everyone their own, but no, I would draw the line at that, like. Sorry. British tip.
I'm not a fan of the mango. There's nothing wrong with it. But I'm not a mango-y person. I bet my wife would love this beer mango combination.
I'm not a mango fan, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't really use mango vapes much, you know. I'm not a fan.
It's a good thing to put into food. Some of the foods that we've had, dinner dishes and stuff, and ideas. It gives that contrasty flavor that you can identify.
Yeah. I mean, curry. I love mango chutney. I absolutely love mango chutney with a curry. Love it. Absolutely douse it on, you know what I mean? But mango as a fruit, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Combined chat. I'm so far behind in chat.
60 watt guy says he likes guava more.
Yeah, guava. Sweet strawberries, 4%. 5 liters from Flavor Chef is 30 pounds. That's a hell of a deal.
For what? For what? VG?
VG, I would imagine.
5 liters,
Because
30 quid. Where?
Flavor Chef.
Where?
Yeah, because you're getting a gallon of VG here is about $30, and that's about 4.5 liters. So for you guys to get it 5 liters for 30 pounds, that's a good deal.
Flavor Chefs. I'm not thinking of Chefs. One of them's closed down. Is it Chefs?
Chefs,
yeah. Is no longer. Chefs is no longer.
But you know what? I heard that they got bought out and they're going to be reopening.
Yeah, they got bought out. I can't remember the other company's name, but they got them bought out and they're going to keep going with.
Who's the company that you bought your flavoring, your one shot from?
Oh fuck! I can't remember off the top of my fucking head. Nah, it's gone. What the hell? No, was it Chefs at the time?
Have a good night, Vaping Bick. Sorry I missed your departure.
Take care, Bick.
I'll have to check out your latest video.
Oh, I know it's a popular UK site and I can't think of the fucking name of it. Sorry. But I know there's a company.
No worries. You get old, you forget shit all the time.
Chefs? Who the hell's took over Chefs? That was in my head a minute ago. Somebody's took over Chefs and they're going to still keep releasing the Chef's original recipes. So it's not going to change type of thing. Who the hell did Benny Vapes mentioned it the other week and all, and I can't think of the fucking name of it. Oh, I hate when I have a brain fart. God damn it. Ah. Who the fuck did I buy that from again? I'll tell you, I might be able to find it. Hang on, I'll do that.
Where is it? Space Turtle said that guava is fantastic, but also have a lot of bad guava recipes out there. I did a mango peachy guava recipe for my wife a while back. She seemed to enjoy it. It was nothing fantastic or special, but it did the job. Especially when you let it sit for a while.
Try to have a look. Come on, where are you?
12 Monkey are legendary coil killers. A lot of good fruity flavors. But a lot of commercial e-liquids have too much sweetener in them. Or too much flavoring altogether. And those are coil killers as well. Doesn't necessarily have to be the sweetness that kills your coils. Yeah, when it tastes like candy, it definitely is going to be a coil killer.
I did get stuff from Dark Star once, if I remember correctly.
That's who it is.
Dark Star. That's how I was thinking.
Yep. I think they bought out Flavors. Or Chefs.
I'm sure.
Dark Star bought out Chefs.
I'm sure, because Dark Star, like I said, I've done like the one bottle thing, and
this is the sweetest I've ever tasted my Hunky Hawaiian Punch.
Yeah, that's who it was Dark Star, man. Fucking hell. The name was on the tip of my tongue. So I think Flat Cap Vape is sponsored by them.
Oh, really?
There's a lot of Dark Star stuff. Fucking hell, the fucking flavour this thing's chucking out. I can't wait to get this over to you. I can't wait, honestly. I cannot wait. You think the Kylan 3 was good? Wait till you get out of this, mate. Can't wait.
I want to compare it to this one. I want to know if it's going to give the flavor potential that this is.
Yes, but this is a single coil, and for a single coil, jeez.
I can't get over it. I've never had. Everybody's like, "Oh, you got to get a dripper if you want flavor. They're going to be in a dripper." I've had plenty of drippers that were just shit for flavor.
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of them.
This one is just unbelievable, and it accentuates all bunch of different flavors in there, and the sweetness especially.
It's like when I was pushing the Valhalla. This thing is unbelievable, honestly. The goon's old news. This stuff's the future. I mean, the goon was, in its time, but it's gone. It's past its sell-by date. Stuff like this, that is unbelievable. Honestly.
The goon had, what, 3 holes in the side or something like that? One hole in the side? Didn't really give me that good of a flavor. I've tried a bunch of different coils in it and stuff, and some of them were decent, some of them were shitty, and it's like...
This is how good them are. Between the Valhalla and that Wasp Nano, they're very fucking close. It's honestly the two fantastic. They're probably the 2 best drippers I've tasted today. Literally. Without a doubt.
Well, this one takes the cake so far for me.
And I've got a load of drippers upstairs. You know, I've got the jewels and all that shit. I've got shitloads of drippers upstairs, and these just fucking wipe the floor. I could literally.
Well, I'll tell you what, Purge Mods sold me. I am now a customer of theirs for life. Anytime I go into a vape shop, if I find something that's made by Purge Mods, I want to try it.
Well, all I'm going to say is try buying a Purge mech. You need a fucking mortgage.
Yeah, I've heard that.
The mechs are very pricey, but they're good.
Yeah, but a mech is a mech. There's no way that you can make it exquisite.
I think the thing
you
with
can
mechs,
make a very good switch, a magnetic,
that's
contact
the
switch, but
the mech, a good mech is in the switch, because at the end of the day, it's a fucking tube in it. It's a tube with 2 fucking batteries in. That's basically what it is, but it's the switch. That's what makes a difference.
It's a tube that's got M7.5 millimeter threads on the one end, and it's the switch that makes it or kills it.
Yeah, it's the switch
that's
it. All.
And how much extension is the capability of the device? Can you create a stacked tube mech out of it?
Well, you can with Bogan's Vonza. Jesus, I've got the stacked version of the Vonza. Fuck me. Wow. You can tell it. The normal version, it's okay. You put a stack on it, it's a total fucking different mod. Honestly, it's fuck me. The power on it's unbelievable.
Well, that's the whole reason for having the Titan.
Yeah.
Because you get 4 batteries in there, even though they're 18650, you get more than enough power for anything you want to put on it.
Even with stacked mech, if you're using 2 18650s in a stacked mech, the power that you get out of that is fucking phenomenal. For 18650s, you're like, fuck me.
Bonza! William says, my mate has a tube mech with an alien holding onto it.
Ooh.
I've seen mechs cost as much as $600.
I mean, I've got a couple of clones, and I can't see any problem with them. They do the job, they're fine. I've got a couple of clones, and they're absolutely fine. They do exactly the same job.
What size do you wear, mate? Large? Medium?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a UK large.
Because I know you love the Clouds of Valhalla. I'm going to order that shirt and throw it in your Christmas package.
I don't know what I am US size, like, but I'm maybe XL for the push. Well, this is a large.
Okay.
This is a large. This is a large. I don't know what it is, like, American sizes, obviously, so. You're loving that vape, but you just say, I can always tell when he likes a vape, because what he does, he's sitting out at the camera, and he's going, this is good, yeah, this is good, yeah, this is good. But when he goes, You know, he's enjoying the vape.
I just want to enjoy it. It's so flavorful. Fuck. How come I never heard of Purge mods before?
I can't believe you haven't, because they're American as well. They're an American company. The one that most they were up there. Purge were up there with your Kennedys. They were up there with them. Massively.
Fuck, if Kennedy is better than Purge, no wonder everybody cried the blues when they closed the doors.
Oh, Kennedys are fucking fabulous.
You know what? I heard they reopened and they're selling tactical flashlights now.
I don't know. See, the thing is, a lot of companies are reopening. They're still doing vape products, but they're doing like a different name to them. Like you say, like a flashlight, and then nobody knows. They're doing like a little loophole. Honestly, I mean, sometimes I kick myself. See, the reason behind me, right? Mech mods, right? They cost a fucking arm and a leg. That's as you well know, right? But me being a machinist, knowing how fucking easy they are to make, the profit these companies must be making is it must be about 90% profit. It's gotta be easy. Yeah. Because it's so easy to make them. The most complex bit will be the switch. The tube, you set a CNC, you can knock thousands of them out in the chips. Thousands. Easy.
Yeah, because all you're doing is getting a tube and you're putting threads on the inside of it.
Yeah. And most of your material you might buy as tube material anyway, and you just take the excess material off and then thread it. Easy. Just switch.
Cut it to length, thread it, make the cap, make the bottom part where your switch is.
Yeah. I mean, at the end, what you got to do? Bore a hole per threaded. What, N7 thread? That's a top pit, done. Takes any idea. Easy. Put the other one, thread for your bottom switch. Easy, man, honestly. And yet the money they make, I mean, okay, you've got material. You can buy copper, but you can buy expensive. You can buy better, there's better grades of material.
Oh, there's better quality.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a mech made out of, say, duplex. Duplex is a very hard stainless steel. You never get nothing made of that because you don't need it. You don't need it to be tough. You know what I mean? We want 316 stainless steel. But even so, brass. However, brass. That's one of the softest materials to machine. It's a piece of piss. And that was the popular thing in the day. Brass was very popular when the mechs first came out. Everything was brass.
Copper switch.
I mean, there's full contact switches, there's not switches, there's spring-loaded switches, there's magnetic switches. You press the button, it fires. What more do you want?
There's nothing to it. That's why I had to laugh, when everybody talks about, the government banning everything. Go ahead, ban it. People are going to be going to their hardware store. They're going to buy copper tubing they use for their water. And they're going to be machining these.
Easy. Piece of piss. It's just sometimes it does, why they're so expensive. I get, material perhaps puts the price on, but generally to machine something, they could knock hundreds out for next to now. Hundreds out. It's a tube, for fuck's sake. Box mods, maybe it's a different kettle of fish, but you've got a milling machine. That's going to knock hundreds out.
Yeah, but nowadays with CNC milling machines, you could throw in there chunks of aluminum and like Mike Vapes.
Yeah.
Mech that he made. The clutch.
Yeah.
You program that into a computer, it can sit there and make 100 a day.
Easy. Plus now you've got combined milling machines. You've got they'll turn, then they'll bring another head in, they'll start milling. They're all combined. They're all in one machine now. So, you think about it, you've just got that one single process going on in one machine, churning out fucking hundreds. Fuck me, man. You know what I mean?
When I first moved to Pennsylvania, I came here on a Navy scholarship to go to Penn State New Ken. We had an ambulance service that I worked at. It was across the street from the fire hall. 2 ambulances, a 2-bay garage. That's all it was. 2-bay garage. There was a little lounge and there was an office and a bathroom. That's it, right? Well, that business, that ambulance business, moved down to, they had an e-check building built here in Pennsylvania, and then the politicians nixnayed the whole emissions check system. So they auctioned off the building. Ambulance service bought it, moved down to the new building. A machine shop bought the ambulance building, brought in 4 CNC machines. The guy comes in the morning, starts the machines up, loads up the pieces in them, and leaves for the day. Comes back 8 hours later, swaps it out, puts a new block in, starts the machines up. Comes back 8 hours later, does it again. Sets it up for the third shift.
Easily done. We had a lathe
One-man
with a
operation.
bar feeder on. Yeah, we had a lathe with a bar feeder on. We could put 20 bars on a Friday night, leave that machine running, come back Monday morning, then 20 bars will be machined. Nobody there. The only thing you've got to keep an eye on is your tips. You know, your inserts.
Yeah,
on your
change your bits
tooling.
out.
But, you know, if you're machining material, you know, pretty much standard material, your tips will last. It's as simple as that. Even if you set away on Friday night, you came in on, say, Saturday afternoon, check your tips, put new ones in, right, you've gone home, they're gone. 5 minutes. You know what I mean? CNC machines have come a long, long way. Trust us. So
It's automated, the whole
tools.
process. Things that usually took factories and assembly lines and all this other stuff, you know, to have somebody standing there in front of a machine and milling it and then checking the tolerances and then milling it the more if he needed to. And then, you know, that's all they did 8 hours a day, 3 shifts a week. Now it's all done computerized.
Manual machines are dying art, but it is an art. Manual turning, manual milling is a fucking art. These guys are good. You know what I mean? But computers have moved in and put them out of a job, basically. But they haven't.
Yeah, because a computer can do it a million times and they're all going to be exactly the same. The computerized machines can actually calculate how long those bits last for and make adjustments along the way.
But on the other side of the coin, it's not all rosy because when I worked, where was it? I think it was Dabro Precision Engineering. We had a couple of manual turners who were doing the manual work, but 9 out of 10 times they were fixing the mistakes the CNC machines done, like threading. CNC machines then were shit at threading. A manual turner had to go in and chase the threads every time for the CNC. They were murder at threading. They've probably come on a long way since, but in them days, they were.
Well, yeah, because they have new machines now that not only will make the piece, but then we'll go and test it to make sure it meets the tolerances of the contract that they agreed to make.
Oh, yeah, they've come a long way. I mean, I've been out of engineering now, must be 8 years now, so I beg to think what they can do now. It just wouldn't surprise me if they can pretty much do everything now on their own. Because a lot of it
60
was
Wackowski's right. You can make guns with 3D printers now.
Yeah, just the technology is that far advanced. It's unbelievable, man.
In your basement.
Definitely.
William Dobson says that I've seen a naked mech, which is just copper plate strip bent in a square with a 510 thread, and you put the 18650 in and made contact by touching the two ends to complete the circuit.
Yeah, it's just basically a box mod without the box. Simple. It is a simple design that basically it's just a circuit, and you're putting it through a coil.
It's a simple electrical circuit.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Any grade school kid that's got themselves an electronic project box, it's essentially the same thing.
We did that at school.
He's just completing a basic circuit.
Yeah, we did the school. We used to build a circuit to make this little light bulb light. Bink, done. You know what I mean? It's fucking. That's all it is.
That's all it is.
It's governed by the resistance of the coil. Everything is governed by the resistance of the coil. It's the coil that does the work. It's fucking crazy, man.
And now you understand why coil builders got such good names to themselves, because they, over their practicing and experience, learned if you had this tank, this is what resistance you needed. This is the right amount of mass to create that resistance to give you the perfect vape.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, like I said, that's why the mech world, you know, are like, it's shady because some people just don't know what they're fucking doing, you know. They're not getting the right resistance on the coil and boom, you know what I mean? They're venting the batteries. But Ohm's law is a simple, it's not mathematically technical, it's a simple law. It's 3 values and that's all you take, it's 3 values. It's not rocket science, you know what I mean? Nintendo controller. Holy shit, 60-watt guy, you're a funny bugger.
Yep, and this is the best one for people that don't understand the concept of Ohm's law.
Yeah.
It's right there.
It's not rocket science. It is. It might take a while for people to get their head around it. Once you get your head around it,
Ohm is your resistance. Voltage is the pressure of the voltage being applied to it, and amperage is how fast it's running down the pipe.
Ampere output.
How fast it comes out that through the resistance.
And like you say, it's down to your battery. Any of you guys want to know about batteries? Mooch is the legend when it comes
Battery
to batteries.
Mooch is the legend.
He tests everything. And he'll tell you might buy a battery that's rated 35 amps, but in reality, it's only probably pushing 20. So, you know, it's just stuff to consider.
Or 27.
Or something along them lines. The amperage on these batteries is probably very much less than what the state.
Yeah, but I mean, that's been a common occurrence in a lot of the Chinese products over the years. Well, you know, when I was a DJ, you know, you'd go out and you buy a 3,000 watt amplifier. You'd have to open up the book to find out that's 3,000 watts at 0 ohms, which wasn't actually 0 ohms because that's not possible. It's 0.001 or some ridiculous ultra low resistance. You calculate it in, okay, I've got, 8 ohm speakers, they're in parallel. Okay, 4 ohms. Well, that's only a 600 watt amplifier.
Yeah. The old valve amps used to do the business, or the old Marshall valve amps. I used to love them guys. Fantastic. Still kind of beat the old valve. You've got all these digital ones now and compressors, but you kind of beat an old valve amp, man. It's just a total different sound, man. Unbelievable.
Tube amps.
Yeah, tube amps. Totally different, isn't it?
They have tube preamplifiers for microphones nowadays. Yeah. They're selling for hundreds and thousands of dollars because it gives your microphone a sound that nothing else can do.
Yeah.
You've got plugins that can mimic it, but it's not the same thing.
That's something a lot of it's like digital now and all that, but you can't beat the good old fun. It's like a record player. You can't be putting an old fucking LP on a record deck and there's just a different sound, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Always was.
Totally different. Always was.
Digital was fantastic because it gave a certain type of clarity that you couldn't achieve with a record player or any type of magnetic medium like 8-tracks or cassettes.
Yeah.
So when they went digital, it was a thing. But guess what? Now the pendulum's swinging the other way. And a lot of like my kids are into the retro record player setups because they like that.
Everything's going back that way. Everything's going back. Even I've noticed, like, I watch a lot of Da Vinci Resolve videos. Everybody's emulating the old film style. The Kodak 2383. Everybody's going back to that now, and they're trying to emulate that now rather than because everything looks too digitized. Doesn't look real. It doesn't look
because
natural.
They're legit recording now on 4K and 8K cameras, where you can legit see individual hair follicles. Crystal clear, zoom in all the way to a 1920 by 1080p image, and it's still crystal clear.
And people are not wanting that. They're wanting that old film look, the old Kodak printed film.
When I got this channel started, I went out and bought myself one of those HDMI to USB adapters, did not realize that it was only 720p that it was putting out.
Really?
It said that it was putting out at 1920 by 1080p, but it didn't. I mean, it was just nothing but a little stick. There's no way in hell that you can convert that image to a 1920 by 1080 image and maintain it the whole way through.
Nah.
But the thing is, it gave it that classic film look. Because the camera I had set up to give it a nice contrasty image, but when it was downscaled and run through that thing, it gave it that classic film look.
Yeah.
Now, I've got true HD going into the thing and being recorded and uploaded onto YouTube.
It's just weird. Like I say, all movie making, they're all going back to the old printed film. That's how they're all going. Or they're trying to emulate it.
My problem is I never really got into that stuff because, like, even back in computers, when the computers, you know, your refresh rate on your monitor was less than 60 hertz, I could see that blinking.
Yeah.
It used to bother me. I always, you know, had to have at least 75 hertz as a minimum for refresh rate because then the blinking disappeared and it was a nice solid image. Now with flat panel monitors and stuff, you can't tell the refresh rate. It's all marketing terms. Oh, 120 hertz refresh rate. You can't see it. Your brain can't process that fast.
Nah.
Don't tell me you can tell the difference.
This 4K monitor I've got now, and I'm looking at a 1080 monitor. I've got one 4K, I've got one 1080, and the difference is very little, to be honest with you. Unless you're running 4K footage, that's when that comes into its own. Put 4K
or
on 1080.
You're like me, and you decide to take the TV off of your bedroom and use that as a computer monitor so that, you know, when I'm looking, you know, towards the whole TV, it looks like I'm looking towards the camera because the camera is a little tiny thing and a big massive image on the wall. Then you're taking and blowing something up to a massive thing and you can tell the little contrasty differences. Otherwise,
without a doubt. Yeah, like I see a lot of video editors now, they've either got a calibrated monitor or they've got a big fucking TV on the back where you can fucking see exactly. Like an HD or 4K, whatever it may be, you know what I mean? It's just, honestly, it's phenomenal. 60 and 200 frames a second. Yeah, well, you definitely know the difference.
well, yeah,
that, like,
at that much, you're 4 times the difference.
Yeah. I mean, don't get it wrong, it does work in some circumstances. Like, you know, what's cameras up to now? I've seen cameras, what, 16K now? Is that where we're at now? Or we're further? You know what I mean? Fuck 16K, Christ almighty, man.
Yeah, but you're looking at $75,000 for that camera.
Oh, hell, without a doubt. But the thing is, this is my thing. You can video and say 16K, but if you haven't got an output device that can't view 16K, it's fucking pointless, isn't it?
Well, for Hollywood, it's not pointless because that's the advantage with Hollywood. They set a camera way back and catch the whole thing, and it's post-processing that zooms it down to a 4K image that they follow the characters through the shot, and the camera never moved.
I get that, but for the average Joe, I mean, you know, like
the average Joe, useless.
I mean, I've got a 4K monitor now. There's still not a great deal of 4K footage out there.
Your cell phones that are coming out now have 8K recording capability.
That's what I'm saying. My mobile phone's probably got better fucking
on your mobile phone with a lens that's like the size of a freaking screw tip.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy.
Yeah, that's the truth there. Wish I bought an RDA for Vaping V2. Now it's gone. There's been a lot of ones that, you know, have come out and I'm like, I don't really need to spend the money on that. It's no big deal. And then it's like, you hear more and more people talking about how good it is and you go to find it and it's like, they're gone.
I think a lot of people are trying to find some of the older vaping stuff because it was good in its day. You know what I mean? It still is.
And there's artificial noise that's created by the needle bouncing off of the grooves in the vinyl that you can't replicate.
You cannot beat vinyl, man. I tell you. I mean, you probably can't tell these young ones now. When you listen to a vinyl record, it's just wow.
I had trouble seeing the difference until I had brought that 4K monitor in here, and I'm using 1920 by 1080p signals onto a 4K monitor. Then it's like, okay, there is a difference, but it's minuscule in comparison.
I mean, just like I say, if you've got, you go to YouTube and you watch a video that's in 4K, like these nature videos and all that, they're fucking mind blown, you sit there like, yeah, you can notice it. If something's filmed in 4K and it's output on a 4K, you notice it. It's as simple as that. It's phenomenal. But if it's 4K on a 1080, it's good, but
you also have to consider they make a lot of these ones and they'll film them in like 8K or something, and it'll be a 4K video that they're sending to you. But they've made the Hollywood image look to it, which kind of blends a lot of these things out and smooths it out and reduces the contrast. So even though you got an HDR TV, the blacks look blacker, but the whole image itself is not like what 4K could look like.
Yeah. I mean, I've run a couple of not Hollywood, like nature videos, where people have gone out and done nature videos, and they are phenomenal. Honestly, they're unbelievable, some of them. Like now the video chameleon and all this stuff, brightly coloured parrots and all that, you can tell. All it is it's just vivid, and it's vivid colours, it's colour. That's what it is. It's just your colours are just popping.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than just the number of pixels across the screen.
Yeah, it's got the colour to it as well. That's why people are probably like you say, going back to the old cinematic look, because too much colour looks too digital. It doesn't look real type, if you know what I mean. So that's why they're like can back the old film stocks, because they're more, natural, shall we say?
Yeah, go watch an old John Wayne movie, like what's the one where he was down in Africa? My daughter really loves it. They're out there filming wildebeest and stuff like that.
Oh God, what rings a bell?
Hatari. Yeah. That was filmed in old school film.
Yeah.
And you compare that with a modern day video, and it's like modern day movies, unless they're a bunch of special effects, they're going for that look, because that was when it was in its pristine color came out and everything was just like the perfect balance.
I think it was Kodak Electra or something it was called then. Like that was the
stock. Or CinemaScope, or they had a bunch of different ones.
Yeah. But they worked, didn't they? I mean, look at Ben-Hur. You must see Ben-Hur.
Oh yeah, Ben-Hur.
What a magnificent film that was. That was well ahead of its day, wasn't it? The quality they used for that, it was just wow. Unbelievable. Ben-Hur, man. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I can't remember the last time I seen that, man. Was it Charlton Heston and was it Charlton Heston in there?
I think he might have been.
Shoot, it was Charlton Heston I started that. Fantastic film.
Yeah, that's been redone as well.
Who was that other actor? He was very good. He was in was it Samson Delilah he was in? He had black curly hair. What the fuck did they call him? Or was he in her? Was it
Charlton Heston?
Charlton Heston. He's got to be gone now.
Ben-Hur. Yeah.
Who was in Samson and Delilah? Who was in that one? Let's see. I'm trying to think of who he was again.
I'll tell you the one that my daughter and my mother love to watch every once in a while. Sound of Music.
Oh, man. Victor Mature, remember him? Victor Mature out of Samson Delilah.
There's some classic there, buddy. Color by Technicolor.
Yeah, Victor Mature, Samson Delilah. When you think about it, that was made in 1949. That's when that film was made. And you're like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And that was then. Samson and Delight, remember that? Jeez, what a film, man.
And the color that they used in those are what people aspire to today.
Honestly. 7 Brides with 7 Brothers. William Dobson, 7 Brides with 7 Brothers. Fucking classic, man. Come on. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. That was John Wayne, wasn't it? 7 Brides? Was that John Wayne? It was, wasn't it, man? The hell I will. No. Did he not do it, though?
Jane Powell and Howard Keel.
Oh, Howard Keel, man. That's the man. What was it when I was thinking of John? They're not doing a remake with that. Why does John Wayne stick in my head?
That was something that John Wayne never did. He never did any kind of musical stuff.
No, well, he probably could. Can you imagine him singing, "Well, get off your horse and drink your milk, motherfucker"?
Well, think about it. I mean, The Sound of Music, the actors in there, other than, what's her name, was the only one that actually sung in it. The main character in Sound of Music, his was all dubbed.
Yeah.
What the hell was his name? Andrew Plummer. Christopher Plummer.
Christopher Plummer.
It was Julie Andrews and Christopher Plummer.
That's right. Yeah.
Christopher Plummer's, all of his singing was dubbed in. That wasn't him. Man can't sing.
Fiddler on the Roof. Remember that one? Fiddler on the Roof. If I was a rich man.
Oklahoma. We're talking Rodgers and Hammerstein.
Oh, God, Oklahoma. Jesus. Holy fuck, man. See what I mean? The oldies are the goldies, as they say. They'll never die. They'll never die. They can remake them, they can digitize them, but they'll never die. Unbelievable. Christ, show me fucking age now. Mary Poppins,
Rodgers and Hammerstein, 1902 to 1979, and Hammerstein was 1895 to 1960.
I like that one.
Mary Poppins.
60 watt guy.
Put it back up.
I only know
Charlie Chaplin.
Again, yeah, the silent movies. Charlie Chaplin, Buster Keaton. He used to do his own stunts, didn't he, Buster Keaton?
Listen, when we were growing up, it was the Three Stooges.
Three Stooges.
Larry, Curly, and Moe.
Yeah. I used to watch the Three Stooges. Was it the blonde one that was like deaf? You know?
Oh, man.
See, we had UK stuff as well, you know, the old 70s sitcoms, but you'd never get away with it now because they were racist as fucking.
Oh, they were racist as fucking all hell.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Love thy neighbour. Fuck me if you ran that now. Jeez, there'd be a riot out there now, I'm telling you. Fuck.
Oh, and tell you about you want to get into the colonialism of how the UK colonized all these different areas of the globe down in Africa and Australia.
Yeah.
There's still resentment for that colonialism today.
Well, we had, like I said, there's just been an anniversary, the Windrush, when all these black Africans came in the UK in 50s, 60s, whatever it was. Wow, man.
I got to hunker in to hear Edelweiss.
Edelweiss, Jesus Christ. 60 watt guys from 1989. Oh, yes, Matthew Nolan. Laurel and Hardy. What fucking classic.
Laurel and Hardy.
Oh.
Hey, that reminds me, we'll have to sit here I think we need another lube break. It's time for a message from our sponsor. Speaking of Laurel and Hardy.
Lube break. Thank you very much.
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? But so what?
But so what?
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? Everybody knows Joe Friday. My daughters tell me that nobody knows him and nobody knows what I'm talking about, but that's okay. Because what he would say is just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts, ma'am. Very droll, dry. Because people want to give their editorial comments. Well, I think this, I think this. No, no, no. Let's just start with the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That's what we do. Joe Friday. Get to know him.
You're pretty high and far out, aren't you? What kind of kick are you on, sir?
Kenny set off his fire alarm again. "1989 was the year I graduated high school. Went into the Naval Reserves." John Wayne movie, McClintock. McClintock is a classic John Wayne movie. He made a crap ton of movies. The Alamo, Big Trail, Rio Lobo, Rio Bravo. I love all of them. Abbott and Costello. There's some classics from the back in the day. Who's on first? I don't know. John Wayne in Smokey and the Bandit? I don't think he was in Smokey and the Bandit, was he? No. That was Burt Reynolds. Smokey and the Bandit came out 1977. It was Burt Reynolds, Sally Field, Jackie Gleason. Jackie Gleason. You remember Jackie Gleason? Moonshiners or Honeymooners.
I'm sorry I set the smoke alarms off again.
They didn't hear. They were sitting there watching the loo break bumper. But they brought up Abbott and Costello.
Was John Wayne Smoking the Bandit? No, that was Burt Reynolds, wasn't it?
No. Burt Reynolds. I was just looking it up. Burt Reynolds, Sally Field, Jackie Gleason, Jerry Reed, Pat McCormick. A lot of good John Wayne movies.
I'll tell you, classic. English. Fantastic actor. had a voice that could soothe the soul. Richard Burton. What a guy. Richard Burton. He was in Cleopatra. Remember? What a voice. He done War of the Worlds. That, you know the album War of the Worlds? Richard Burton narrated it.
Oh,
what
yeah.
a voice.
I definitely remember that.
What a voice.
But as far as John Wayne, how about Donovan's Reef? That was one of the few movies he made that he wasn't a cowboy in it. He was a ship owner in Hawaii.
I've seen him in a film where he was a police detective and I can't think of the name of it.
Yes. How about Longest Day? That was a classic war movie.
I'll name a classic for you straight away now. I'm not sure if John Wayne was in it. The Alamo.
Yes.
The Alamo. What a movie. What a film.
Atari from 1962. How about the other war movies? Like They Were Expendable.
Oh. Did he do many war movies, John Wayne? He did a couple, didn't he?
Yeah. They Were Expendable. That was also directed by John Ford, like a lot of his Westerns. But it was a Navy movie. He did a couple Navy movies.
Navy movie. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking of. Boat, sea. Then I'm thinking, Howie, what's the name of it? Sorry, my grey matters just fucked the night. What cowboy movie was Wayne in? God, he was in every cowboy movie going, mate. Sorry.
The Searchers, Red River, True Grit. True Grit is a classic. That one, the remake, was pretty damn good compared to the original.
Was True Grit when he had the eye patch on?
Yes.
That's the True Grit, yeah. Brilliant film. Classic film. Honestly. But
that one had Kim Darby, Glenn Campbell, Robert Duvall, Dennis Hopper.
Robert Duvall, love him, fantastic actor. But touching on what was said before the toilet break, Laurel Hardy, my favourite all-time film by them was Way Out West. What a film. What
Flying Leathernecks, you're right. He was an air pilot in that one.
Yeah. But yeah, Way Out West, Laurel Hardy, that was fantastic film. I was creased at that. I've never laughed so much at a film like that. When he was doing the In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. Doink. Absolute brilliant.
Oh, man. My favorite flying movie would have been the series Black Sheep Squadron. You ever watch that when you were growing up? Black Sheep Squadron?
I'm totally losing your audio there. You're crackling. You're just disappearing. No, is it my head?
That's not good.
Hang on.
Is it your earpiece?
Could be. Hang on. My battery level's good. It hasn't come in. No, you're back to normal now. I don't know what happened there.
Okay.
Could be my end.
It's a possibility. Old movies were much, much better.
Well, yeah, man.
How about Clint Eastwood?
Oh, I love Clint Eastwood. Dirty
He's
Harry,
still making
fantastic.
great movies. The freaking latest ones that Clint Eastwood has been put out, it's just...
He's a producer now, though, isn't he? He's like director-producer now, isn't he? What was the last film I watched about him? Oh, fuck me, it was brilliant. He had a car. It was something about a car he had. Oh, Jesus. Was it named after the car? He was like, took this young kid under his shoulder. Oh, what the hell was it? Come on.
Gran Torino.
Yeah, like Gran Torino. What a film that was. Honestly, I thoroughly enjoyed that. He's like an old retiree and the young boy kicking out, but honestly, what a film that was. That was a good film. I enjoyed that. Gran Torino.
Bridges of Madison County. I haven't seen that one in a long time. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. How about that one?
Them, the spaghetti.
I know you've
westerns.
seen that one.
Wow, 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 wow. Blood Day! You bastard!
How about Robert Mitchum?
Robert Mitchum, fucking hell. Who was that guy who starred in The Good, the Bad, and Ugly, man? He was the baddie. Who was he again, man? Summit Cleef? No, was it Summit Cleef they called him? Oh, whatever happened to him? Holy shit, man, come on. He was the baddie man with the black hat. There he is, on the right.
Lee Van Cleef.
Lee Van Cleef, that's him. Whatever happened to him?
He did a bunch of war cowboy movies and
he was class. He was obviously the baddie, wasn't he? He had that baddie look, didn't he? Yeah. Lee Van Cleef. I'll tell you one that I used to like watching as well. You'll twig at this one. The one and only Mr. Yul Brynner. Wow.
Yul Brynner.
Yul Brynner, the Magnificent Seven. You must know he was in
It's
Magnificent
been
Seven.
ages since I've seen that.
Magnificent Seven, Yul Brynner. It had loads of stars in. What do you call him? Was in
Steve
the
McQueen.
Stars. Steve McQueen was in it.
Charles Bronson.
Charles Bronson. That was an amazing film. That, but Yul Brynner.
Yul Brynner.
Bronson. Remember that? He was in The King and I. Remember The King and I? He was in that. Etc.
Oh, yes, I do remember that now.
That was Yul Brynner. Etc. Shall we dance? Shall we dance? Yul Brynner, man. Jesus. Charles Bronson.
Ten Commandments. He was in the 10 Commandments and the Magnificent Seven.
Yeah. I mean, Charles Bronson, he was your early hard man. One of the films he made.
Has he been in a ton of them?
Oh, he was awesome. Absolutely brilliant actor. Was it Death Wish? Was he in Death? Is it Death Wish? What he done? Death Wish? Charles Bronson? Was it Death Wish? Sure, it was Death Wish. Become a vigilante, didn't he? Sure, it was Death Wish. Yeah, Death Wish.
Yep.
He became a vigilante, didn't he? Against all the daft criminals. He started taking them out. Charles Bronson, man, cool as ice.
What the heck? There's another one I'm trying to think of. Can't come up with his name off the top of my head.
There's another Clint Eastwood one for a few dollars more. That's another classic. Gran Torino,
My Stuff. Yeah. Not watch list. Purchases, movies, see all.
What's some good old classic British movies as well, like especially like wartime music, The Guns of Navarone. I think Richard Burton was in that.
Oh, I loved watching The Guns of Navarone.
Yeah, the 633 Squadron. That was another classic.
Stalag 17.
Fantastic old films, man. What was the one? Oh. What was the one? The Clint Eastwood was in it and Telly Savalas was in it. Remember Telly Savalas? Kojak?
Yeah.
Yo.
Kojak.
He was in this war film as well. Was it? God, what was it called? He was in it. Clint Eastwood. It might have been The Guns of Navarone. No, was it? Clint Eastwood, Richard Burton with Guns of Navarone.
I'm trying to think of it. Oh, man.
What was that one?
Horse Soldiers, The Great Escape, Bridge on the River Kwai,
Oh.
Shenandoah. That's the one I'm looking for.
Fucking hell, man. Great Escape, man. Fantastic.
James Stewart. That's who I was thinking of.
James Stewart, man. Do you know what it is? Well, Lass loves him in Wonderful Life. She absolutely loves that film.
Yes.
She loves it. I've just found that film with Telly Savalas in. Kelly's Heroes. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Kelly's Heroes.
I remember all those classic World War II movies.
Kelly's Heroes. That was what he was in.
Man,
Yeah,
I used
what
to
do you
love
think?
it. When we were in Oklahoma, the guys that I worked with loved watching the old classic war movies.
Oh, great, man. Kelly's Heroes, that was it. Fucking hell, man. I used to like the old war film. I mean, fucking hell. Especially like some of the Vietnam, like Hamburger Hill was a fantastic film, you know. Vietnam War. I used to like watch a lot of them. Platoon, that was another good one. Platoon.
Yeah, Platoon.
That was a classic. Fantastic.
How the West Was Won, Broken
How the West
Arrow.
Was Won. Holy shit, man. Fucking Stewart, man. He had a weird
Shootist.
voice, didn't he? He had a strange voice, didn't he?
The Shootist had Ron Howard in it.
Ron Howard, Christ.
Remember Opie from Andy Griffith's show?
Yeah, he was. Wait, Ron
He
Howard
was in The
Happy
Shootist
Days?
with John Wayne. John Wayne had cancer.
Holy shit, aye, that's right.
But Shenandoah. It's a movie about the North and the South.
That's
and
right, yeah.
his family members, you know, want to get involved in the war. And they're like, listen, the government ain't doing shit for us. We put the food on our table. And as long as it doesn't like come to our property, I don't give a fuck what's going on.
Yeah.
And that was all fine and dandy till his youngest son got captured by the South and then was captured by the North and then got sent on a train and the whole family went looking for him.
Wow, man. Whatever happened? I think then now people had imagination. You look at movies now; they're just remaking stuff. It's all
They're just
remakes,
remaking
you know,
all the old classics.
Yeah, just remaking. I mean, how that new one, Barbie? For fuck's sake, Barbie! It was a fucking doll. You know what I mean? Come on, Barbie.
I promised my wife we were going to go see that. Never did. We got too busy with all this other shit and then the car breaking.
I'd be fucking
Total.
embarrassed, mate. I'd be totally embarrassed. Honestly, that's a fucking joke.
Listen, that's what she grew up with.
Yeah, I get that, but a movie? Fuck, come on.
You remember the $1 Million Man?
$6 Million Man, Steve Austin.
$6 Million
Of course I
Man?
do.
Had
I
the
had
freaking
the
doll.
toy.
You could look through the
back.
eyes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I looked at that. Make a movie about that. Why not? Not fucking Barbie. Jesus Christ. Evil Knievel. Come on. Evil Knievel. Everybody had an Evil Knievel toy. Everybody.
Yep.
Everybody. The man was a legend. Oh, yeah, fuck up. Just drop me like Evil Knievel. Whatever happened to Evil Knievel? Fucking hell, man. He was fucked.
He broke every
wasn't he, by
single
the time
bone in his body.
Oh, yeah, he was fucked by the time he finished. Well fucked.
How about Chips? You remember Chips?
Oh, California Highway
Patrol with Punch and John.
Punch and John. Holy moly, man.
They remade those into movies, and the movies sucked.
I used to like watching Happy Days. I used to love the Fonz. The Fonz.
Hey, Happy
And
Days.
Mork and Mindy. Oh, I used to love Mork and Mindy.
Roadhouse
Robin
with Patrick
Williams.
Swayze.
Oh my God. That was like a big
Dusty Country Roads is Red
Dawn.
Dawn with Patrick Swayze.
Oh. Well, the big film with that's Ghost, isn't it? Ghost was a classic, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic film.
So Evil Knievel died November 30th, 2007.
That long ago. Fucking hell.
2007.
2007. Gee, how old was he?
He was born in 38.
Holy fucking moly. I didn't realize it was that long ago.
69, I think he passed away. Yep.
Well, it was kind of inevitable, like, with the damage he'd done to his fucking body. Like, I mean, he wasn't going to live forever, was he?
No.
The damage he'd done. I can remember when they done that, like, documentary about it, when you seen the actual crash where he broke everything, and then done it in slow motion, and you could see all these joints just buckling. Like, fucking hell. You know, like, whoa, that's a bit overkill, that. Like, you can see his joints just snapping, and you're like, okay, yeah, man, really? Bit overkill, that, like, you know what I mean? Nah, fuck that. We had an English version of...
Airport 1977.
Oh, gee, Airport 77.
Thieves hijack the 747 and it crashes into the ocean.
Yeah, man. Jesus Christ. Airport 77, fuck me. Then again, remember the film 1984? I still watched that film. It was class, that one. 1984.
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant. Classic film. But even now, you look at sexual, even like Jaws now. Jaws to me seem like yesterday. Do you know when that was fucking made?
That was in the 70s.
That seems like yesterday to me. I can vividly remember the first time I watched that. I was shitting my pants. I was like, what the fuck? And when they done 2, 3 and they ruined it. When they done the sequels, they ruined it for me. Just killed it. I mean,
there are very few movies that actually had sequels that were as good or close to the original.
I mean, look at that Fast and Furious. Well, what the fuck's going on with that now?
Yeah, they're up to what, 10, 11 of them now?
10, 11. The guy who started's dead, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? That's what made it, you know? As soon as he died, it just went out the window for me. You know what I mean? Fuck's sake.
Yeah, they put his brother in his place.
Yeah. CGI and all that shit, you fucking mimic it, you know what I mean? Fuck off.
How about Lethal Weapon?
Oh, Mel Gibson.
Talking about series that actually had sequels made, that the sequels were as good as the original.
That kind of worked, didn't
They
it?
did 4 of those, and each of them were just as good as the original.
But Danny Glover, he was fantastic though. He had, when he was sitting on the pot with a bomb. Like, what the fuck?
Mel Gibson, Danny Glover. The toilet blows out. He's on the second floor. Oh,
Braveheart.
man.
Mel Gibson, Braveheart. He was good in Braveheart.
Maverick.
But he done
He
it.
was in Maverick.
Did he do Hamburger? Was he Hamburger Hill? Did he direct that one? He did a Vietnam War film, didn't he? It wasn't Hamburger Hill. Which one was it?
No, it was something else.
Brothers in Arms. Was it Brothers in Arms?
Tom Hanks was the one that did Band of Brothers.
Tom Hanks, but I think it might have been Brothers in Arms. The Mel Gibson one. I could be wrong. I think it might have been Brothers in Arms.
He was in Predator 2 and all the Lethal Weapons.
I'm sure he directed Brothers in Arms. I'm sure he done that one. Was it Brothers in Arms? Yeah.
You know what? Lethal Weapon 4, Joe Pesci's the one that made that movie.
Oh.
How about Joe Pesci and Robert De Niro in Casino? Did you ever watch Casino? Oh.
Yeah. Robert De Niro, the legend. Remember him? Was he Taxi Driver? That was a brilliant one as well. Deer Hunter. Oh, yeah. That was one of the best films of ever, that Deer Hunter. What a film that was. Unbelievable.
You know, I'm not going to get shit done today because I'm going to have to watch some of these classics tonight.
Oh, Deer Hunter. A legend. Absolutely brilliant. You know, the Russian
Wife's
roulette.
going to the concert. It's supposed to rain, so I'm not even going to be able to cut the grass.
You're just
to put on some classic
nostalgic.
movies.
You're getting all nostalgic, are you? Watch We Out West, Lauren Hardy. You'll have a fucking blast. What a film.
How about Bruce Willis?
Oh, I like Bruce Willis. Die Hard. Yeah, I love the Die Hard. Yippee-ki-yay.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. That's a Christmas classic. Armageddon.
Armageddon. I'll tell you what I do. Like, I like Bourne Identity as well. Jason Bourne. Brilliant films there. They're good films.
Fifth Element. You remember the Fifth Element movie Bruce Willis was in? The futuristic movie?
Fifth Element.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's a good one. Wesley Snipes, Blade. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
What a film. Blade. The old vampire and the old samurai shit going on, you know what I mean? Brilliant
Holy crap.
Now when you think about these films that you like thought the one out like yesterday and yet they're classics, you know what I mean? Fucking phenomenal, isn't it?
Well, we were just talking about Joe Pesci. How about My Cousin Vinny?
My Cousin Vinny. Fucking
I've watched that dozens of times.
Jesus Christ. What about, here's one for you, Groundhog Day, Bill Murray.
Groundhog Day. Oh, we went up and visited Punxsutawney Phil and the whole fucking town of Punxsutawney. They have groundhogs sitting in front of all the fire stations and all around town. They have these statues. My wife's aunt had to go and take pictures of every single one of them. There's like 24 of them in town.
I'll tell you one we watched not so long ago, and it's funny as fuck. What about Bob? You see
What
that
about
one?
Bob? It's almost as good as the Home Alone movies.
Oh, what about Bob was class.
There you go. Goodfellas.
Goodfellas, Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Talk about the
Holy
mob
shit.
movies.
I think the old Al Pacino one at what was it?
Robert De Niro was in that one.
Robert De Niro, Al Pacino.
Joe
One I've
Pesci,
seen, My Little
Ray
Friend.
Liotta, Paul Sorvino, Lorraine Bracco, Frank Vincent.
What do you know? The Godfather. You know what I mean? The Godfather, Al Pacino.
Oh, the
Wanna see
Godfather
My Little
series.
Friend? My Little Friend. Want to see My Little Friend? The movie? Fucking fantastic.
Matt asks, how about
Brilliant.
Mother Jugs and Speed? Raging Bull, Bronx Tales.
Raging Bull.
There's so
Oh,
many
French
classic
fries.
movies that, you know, we've gone up and grown and watched, and it feels like we just watched them yesterday.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Remember The Evil Dead when that first came out? The Evil Dead, that was fucking gory as fuck when that came out. Evil Dead. Psycho. Fucking Psycho, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
Magnificent
How many
Seven.
remakes they made of that? Magnificent Seven, fantastic. We'll mention that.
Dusty
Absolutely
says,
brilliant film.
isn't it scary how all the movies and stuff ends up coming true in the future? Thinks Hunger Games are coming.
I'll tell you what, I'm trying to think of this actor, right, who was in the Magnificent Seven. He was a tall, skinny bloke, man. What the fuck did was it James, was it Coburn? Was he called Coburn? He was the knife thrower. Was it James Coburn?
1960s Western.
Was
It
James
was
Coburn?
William Roberts, Walter Brennan. Remember Walter Brennan?
Walter Brennan.
He was a lot of
Jesus.
old Westerns. We got Yul Brynner, Eli Wallach, Steve McQueen, Charles Bronson, Robert Vaughn, Horst Buckwolitz, Brad Dexter, and James Colburn.
James Coburn, that's the man. That's how I was thinking of him. Very cool looking dude. He was the knife guy, wasn't he? You could throw a knife quicker than that's him. You could throw a knife quicker than somebody could draw a gun. James Coburn.
Hell is for
Fucking hell,
Heroes.
man.
He was in The Great Escape. Remember The Great Escape?
Great Escape. Yes.
Seen
How
that
can you
dozens of
forget
times.
that? That's a fantastic film. Absolutely legendary film, that. I could sit and watch that now, like it was yesterday.
Yeah, me too.
No problem. Not a problem. What was the other? Oh, I've got one for you, but I haven't touched on that. Cool Hand Luke.
Cool Hand Luke.
Boom. Cool Hand Luke. Boom.
Oh yeah.
Remember that guy? It wasn't Steve McQueen. It was who the fuck was he? Cool Hand Luke. He was a fucking good-looking guy. He was a handsome man. He was a proper icon.
Paul Newman.
Oh, Christ, what was Paul Newman? That's him.
He sells salad dressing and all kinds of crap like that nowadays.
Yeah, Cool Hand Luke, man. Remember he sat
George
all
Kennedy.
Boiled eggs.
George Kennedy was also in like that 1977 airplane and airport and
Yeah, that's right.
freaking George Kennedy.
Cool Hand Luke. When he sat next to all them fucking boiled eggs.
He was in The Hustler,
The Hustler,
Butch Cassidy, and The Sundance Kid.
Paul Newman, whatever happened to him, man? Jesus Christ. He was a handsome guy, wasn't he? His days, eyes were bright blue.
Towering Inferno, Fort Apache, The Bronx.
Towering Inferno. That was very cheesy, that film, like Towering Inferno.
Oh, yeah, that was.
Very cheesy. Oh, there he is. Well, he was in
McHale's Navy.
George Kennedy, man. I thought it was brilliant in oh man, the Clint Eastwood film, man. When they climbed the mountain.
The Dirty Dozen.
No, they done the mountain. They climbed the mountain. Fucking what the fuck was it called? Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Earthquake? Delta Force?
They climbed a mountain. Clint Eastwood was a climber. He was a mountaineer and he was his battle guy. What the fuck did they call that again?
Shit, I don't know about that one. That sounds interesting. I don't think I actually seen that one.
Oh, man. Fucking come on, man. Fucking, I'll get it in a minute. Come on, man. What? Was the Geiger something? What the fuck? The Eiger sanction. That was it. The Eiger sanction.
The Eiger sanction.
The Eiger sanction. Clint Eastwood, he was a mountain climber. And that George Kennedy was his backup guy. He was fucking.
I have never seen that one.
Oh, you've got to watch that one. It was brilliant.
I just got done watching the one that you told me about, where the schmuck goes into the McDonald's and then blows it away with the gun.
Oh, fucking. Oh.
I had to buy that on Amazon to watch it.
Oh, what the fuck was that called again? It was fucking, what do you call him, son, man? Fucking think he's some fucking mind block, brain fart. Brain fart?
Falling down?
Falling down. That's it. Oh, that was brilliant, that. Did you
I had to go to Amazon and look it up.
Did you watch it, though?
Yes. I watched it. Supposed to fucking retire, and here he is, had a shit day, so he leaves his car right on the freaking highway and starts climbing over the fucking hill, goes into the dirtiest, darkest, dingiest part of town, and meets up with these tough guys. He gets a duffel bag full of guns. And the cop was supposed to retire that day.
Yeah, and the McDonald's scene was brilliant. I want one like that.
We don't serve breakfast anymore.
Yeah, that's what how you logbook, the Eiger counter. Brilliant film.
The Eiger sanction. I'll have to watch that one. I've never seen that one.
It's good. That's a good film. Really good.
Naked Gun. How about the Naked Gun?
Bro, I remember watching that.
Those, I'll tell you what, they just kept going downhill. I mean, they were pretty close to as good as the original, but they just ran out of shit to fucking make fun of.
The original was the best.
Yes.
When they're all queued up on the airplane with baseball bats trying to calm this person down. Whack, whack. Who was that? Was it Leslie? Who was it? Leslie Nielsen or something? What the car?
Leslie Nielsen. How about O.J. Simpson when he was in the wheelchair?
Oh. Fucking brilliant.
I remember when he was riding the frickin' Bronco down the highway and they had 15 police cars chasing him.
That's right. Remember that? The chase when he's
because he supposedly killed his girlfriend, whatever.
He fucking got off with it, didn't he? Pretty much.
If it does not fit, you must acquit. The glove.
That's right. What is that?
The magic glove.
What the hell are they called again?
How about Weird Al Yankovic? You remember him from the 80s?
Fucking hell. Wow.
That's scraping the bottom of the barrel there.
Fucking hell, man.
Holy shit, has he gotten old? Look at him.
Wow.
With Priscilla Presley. Police Squadron.
Police Squad. That's what made Leslie Nielsen one of the Police Squadron, yeah.
Yeah.
I've just thought of another one that's come to my head. The Guns of Navarone.
I think you mentioned that one already.
Navarone. No, that was what do you call it? Oh, what was it? Guns of Navarone. Dam Busters.
Dam Busters, that's where they had the airplanes and they had the barrel underneath the plane and it bounced on the river and blew up the bridges.
The bouncing bomb, yeah. Dam Busters, that was a classic.
Well, if we're going to talk about classics, how about MASH?
Oh.
Not just the series, the movie. The original movie that inspired the series.
I've never ever seen the movie, to be honest with you. I've seen the series.
You've never seen the original movie of MASH?
Never seen it.
Gotta watch it.
Is it the same crew that's in it, but obviously as a series or different
Pretty
cast?
much.
I never ever
Houlihan
seen
was the same, and Hawkeye was the same.
Hawkeye, Jesus Christ almighty.
But it was Donald Sutherland, Elliot Gould, Tom Skerritt from Top Gun.
That's right.
Sally Kellerman, Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall, love that guy.
Rene Marat Auberjournes. He was in Star Trek. Was in the original MASH film. American black comedy war film. What made it a black comedy war film? Dark humor, morbid humor.
What the fuck? Come on, I'm trying to think. I'm doing a bit of hooting here. What was the... I've got the answer for you, matey. I've got the answer for you. I'm just looking at this. Where was it? There you go. The
Radar was the same.
The dog was called Faggot.
The dog in Elder Sanction was the faggot?
It was called Faggot because he was a gay owner. He was very camp and all that. The dog was called Faggot. That's right. I remember that now.
Pam says she didn't like the movie as much as the series. For MASH.
I think the series was the thing for MASH. To be honest,
because with MASH, it kept evolving as they changed characters, as people left and new ones came on.
I think if you turn on and said to anybody in this day and age, remember MASH, they'll think straight away the series, not think of the movie.
No.
I've never seen the movie. Pans on the heart, I've never seen the movie MASH. Never.
My daughter loves watching MASH. We finally completed all 11 seasons of it again. I had them all on DVD, sold all the DVDs, and then it got to the point where I was like in the mood to watch it again, so I bought a season on Amazon. Like season 1 was free, and then season 2 was like $9.99, and then season 3 was like back up to 18 something. We ended up buying all 11 seasons on Amazon now.
Crazy, man, and it's just ridiculous. It's I think I say a lot of people are like buying all the oldie stuff, the oldie series. I mean, we had English stuff like Off Weeders End Pet, you know, it was based where we were, you know, it was Geordies, and they were builders, they were contractors, you know, and they were going all over the world, they worked in Germany and all that. And it was so fucking funny because with you being from the same part of the world as the actors, you could relate to them because they were all like Geordies. It was brilliant, honestly. You should ever, if you ever try and find that, try and find Off Weeders End Pet. Brilliant film, brilliant series. And like, obviously you had like Only Fools and Horses with Del Boy, you know, I mean, I don't know if you heard of that one. You know, Del Boy and Trigger, and that was a big comedy in the day. They just don't.
I'll tell you what was the big taboo that I used to love watching when I was growing up as a teenager. Right from your neck of the woods, Benny Hill.
What's that? Benny Hill? Fucking hell. He was very slap and tickle, wasn't he?
Yeah. I love the humor in that. It wasn't just about the sex. It was the humor that was in that, the skits constantly. They were slapdash the whole time.
Yeah, he had a record in the charts called Ernie, the fastest milkman in the West. You know what I mean? He had a record in the charts. Remember that record? Ernie, the fastest milkman in the West.
See, when I was growing up as a kid, I had the thing for King Arthur's Court, right? So Excalibur has to get put on this list.
Oh, Excalibur.
Did you ever see Excalibur?
Yeah.
With Merlin the Magician,
Merlin,
Lady Guinevere.
It was like kind of
That's a dark movie.
Table. It was like Knights of the Round Table area, yeah. But here's one for you. Speaking of that, on the Knights of the Round Table, they had a round table, didn't they? Who designed the table for the Knights of the Round Table?
I don't know. It wasn't Merlin.
Circumference.
Holy shit, mate. I think we reached the bottom of the barrel with that one.
Circumference? So that's not circumference.
Oh, shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
You gotta remember that one.
I'm going to remember that one. I'm going to tell my daughter that one. Because Lazy Bones just brought it up. This is what we need now.
The Exorcist.
The Exorcist.
Wow. That was a film in his day, wasn't it? Holy shit, that's when it hit the UK. We're fucking freaked out over that. Really, there was absolutely like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It was really, really eye-opening thing. And obviously,
and there was a whole shitload of horror movies that came out around that same time.
Oh, come on, fucking Freddy Krueger. Come on.
With the knives.
Freddy Krueger. Yeah. Was it Nightmare on Elm Street? Then that went on a couple of series. Then there was Halloween. And then what was the other one? Jason. What was it? What was that one?
Jason with the ski mask.
Yeah. Halloween, Michael Myers. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Remember that? Huh? Come on. They were brilliant, man. Them were the days, man, when movies were original. You know what I mean? People were coming up with shit. Like I said,
they don't have anything like that anymore. It is so hard to find movies nowadays that are original.
Because they're all remakes. They're just doing remakes of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the Marvel. Look at the Marvel stuff. They're milking the Marvel stuff, aren't we? Justice League.
How about Turner and Hooch? How many dog movies were there?
Fucking hell.
Tom Hanks with Turner and Hooch. You can never forget Hooch. He eats the cushions on the car.
Look at another one. Ghostbusters, bro. Ghostbusters. Oh, Dan Aykroyd and all them. I've got one that's going to tickle your fancy and you're going to love it. The Blues Brothers. Wow, what a movie. You've got that. The Blues. What a movie.
When I was in high school, I had a 79 Mercury Marquis station wagon that we painted flat black, and the one door we painted white so it would look like a police car. And I pulled into the parking lot at the school and parked it the same way they do when they go out to eat at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Slid it around, got suspended from driving to school for a week, but it was worth it.
What a film. Brilliant.
It was so worth it.
The stars that were in there, Aretha Franklin, know what I mean? Fantastic. Brilliant film. What was it when he took the piss? Was something thumping in the mooches? What chicken shit outfit is this?
4 whole fried chickens and a Coke? The Blues Brothers! Shit, they still owe you money, fool.
You can keep your dried white toast and your 4 fried chickens. Matt Murphy is going nowhere.
How about Major League? Have you ever seen Major League?
Major League? Fucking hell.
See, I grew up in Cleveland, so Major League was a big deal because the Indians weren't the Indians anymore. The Indians left, went to Baltimore. But Major League is a movie about baseball.
Major
and the
League.
Cleveland Indians.
There was another one. Was Madonna? She was in a fucking baseball movie. Was that her in Major League? Madonna was in it. She did a baseball movie. I know the one you're thinking of, but I'm thinking of another one with Madonna in it. And I can't think of the name. Oh.
Major League came out in 1989.
Yeah.
Had Tom Berenger, Charlie Sheen before he got into Coke, and Corbin Benson.
Before he got into Coke. Before he just fucked up.
Before he joined Biden's son, doing lines of Coke in the White House.
I'm trying to think of that one now. What was that? It's just bugging me now, that one. Fucking hell.
All right, here, go back to war movies. How about Operation Petticoat?
What was it again? Oh shit! Fuck that one up.
Then there was also like the wackiest ship in the army. And what was the one with the pink submarine?
Yeah, that was called. Yeah, they've done
Operation Petticoat
with Madonna in, and that was called A League of Their Own. Batteries died.
Operation Petticoat, they go and they have this submarine, right? And they have to repaint it, but they don't have enough paint.
Switching audio. Battery died.
So they end up painting this submarine pink. And they pick up a bunch of army nurses.
There you go. We've got you. Oh, I can DJ now. Yeah,
and this all started because of Ben-Hur. You know that, right? You brought up Ben-Hur. And then we ended up on this, hour-long conversation about movies, classic movies.
Oh, man. What a conversation, man. Honestly, it's fantastic, man. Brilliant.
And we didn't even touch any of Elvis's movies.
He couldn't act. He was a good singer, but he couldn't act.
Nope.
I was never a fan of his movies. I think what the director said, well, look, you can't act, but if you can sing, just film the fucker. Oh, by the way, you look the way you looked about it.
You know who we haven't talked about actor-wise? Sean Connery.
Sean Connery. James Bond, man. Fucking come on. James Bond.
All the James Bond movies.
Oh, what?
Who was your favorite Bond? Connery, Moore? Who was it?
Sean Connery. I was kind of torn between Sean Connery and Roger Moore. I think they're the two where I'm with.
Yep.
Roger Moore. Moore. No, sorry. Get rude.
Who was your worst Bond?
Oh, I think Timothy Dalton.
Pierce Brosnan.
No, Pierce. Yeah. No. Timothy Dalton for me, because he only did it once and then that was it. He was bagged.
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan had a couple. He lasted a couple.
That's why I don't think it's Timothy Dalton, because he only did one. I didn't watch it.
Well, there was the other one, the first one that was that something Lansbury. He only done one. And he was always forgotten. But he played a good part. But I think that's the one where it started, where his wife was killed or his girlfriend was killed and assassinated, and that's kind of how it progressed from there. There's something something like that. The very first Bond, he only done one.
Sean Connery was in so many different movies. He was in the Indiana Jones movie.
Oh, legendary actor Sean Connery. Brilliant, man. It's just the way he talked. He was kind of Scottish, but he was posh Scottish. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
then he did Dr. No, Thunderball, Goldfinger, From Russia with Love. He was in The Rock, Entrapment.
That
Never Say Never.
One. What was that submarine one as well he was in? What do you call it? Oh, fucking hell.
The Hunt for Red October.
Hunt for Red October. Yeah, he was in that one. Brilliant.
How about Medicine Man? Did you ever see Medicine Man with Sean Connery?
Medicine Man. Fucking hell, man.
When they were in the jungles and they were sitting there burning down all the woods and stuff, and they had the cure for cancer, and it was the ants that contaminated the thing.
Fucking hell, Medicine Man. Jesus Christ almighty. Brilliant actor. Fantastic actor. Brilliant actor. I'll tell you who I used to like as an actor, right? And he's kind of underrated, but it was John Hurt. He was an English actor. John Hurt, he was in Alien, the very first Alien, when it popped out of his belly. What an actor. I'll tell you what it is. There's a film for you to watch by him. It's called My Left Foot. That is a fucking brilliant, tear-jerking fucking film. That is fucking brilliant. He can't use his arms on it. He's got a disability. He can't use it. He learns to write with his left foot. He writes with his left foot. The Elephant Man. John Hurt was in The Elephant Man. Remember The Elephant Man?
Yeah.
But My Left Foot, my God, what a film. He plays.
Have a good night, Space Turtle. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care, Space Turtle.
Medicine Man was a great movie.
Medicine Man, Jesus Christ, man. Fucking hell. Oh, no, you look back at the movies and you can name, you have sat there and rattled off tons of movies. What modern day movie can you rattle off now?
None of them are memorable.
Nothing?
I've watched some that are really good, but they're not like gonna stick with me. I'm never gonna watch them a dozen times.
No.
Sean Lynch wants to know, do you remember the On the Bus?
On the Buses. It was a classic British sitcom about bus drivers and bus conductors, and it was very cheesy. It was a bit like Benny Hill but in a soap opera. You know, it was cheesy, sexy, like On the Buses. Christ almighty! It was a sitcom thing in the UK around the 60s, 70s time. It was very crude and cheesy and sexy. And
How about The Bridge at Remagen?
Bridge at Remagen, fucking hell.
1969.
I'll tell you who my dad watches a lot. And then maybe before both our times, Randolph Scott.
Randolph Scott, yeah.
Randolph Scott. And Errol Flynn.
Errol Flynn, yep.
Errol Flynn. So what?
Those are all before our time.
You're talking like fucking early days, aren't you? Because we used to wind me dad up, you know. We used to say Vandal Scott, because he was in a lot of westerns. We used to go, he was gay, he was a puff. And my dad go, he was a man's man. He wasn't gay, he was a man's man.
Onzio.
Yeah.
Remember Onzio, the war movie?
Onzio. Tell you an actor that I remember. Was he not Rock Hudson? Remember Rock Hudson?
Rock Hudson. He was gay too.
Yeah, very. I think in them days they never came out, did they?
But he was the man's man.
He was,
according to the women.
He was a big, stocky, solid man. He was built like a tank. He was huge. It turned out he was gay. I mean, everyone their own, but it's something you would just never have guessed, wouldn't you? A big man like that, film, movie star, hunk, and all that, and then he'd turn out to be gay. You're like, fucking hell. Wow, Rock Hudson, man.
Peter Hawk, I don't remember him. Robert Ryan. Robert Ryan was in so many movies back in the day, but you didn't think of him. If you saw him, you'd recognize him.
I think it's one of them faces you recognize and not remember them, you know what I mean? Robert Ryan, man, Jesus. And now the face. The face is familiar. Yeah.
He was in The Great Escape too, I think.
The Great Escape, I'm sure he was. His face looks very familiar.
But nowadays, I mean, you forget most of these people that play in these movies. There's only a handful of modern day actors and actresses that you can know off the top of your head.
I mean, even like James Dean, he was only in a couple of films, but because of his tragic death, he's like an icon all of a sudden. I mean, James Dean wasn't really big, was he? When he was making movies.
Think of somebody like Tommy Lee Jones. You could probably think of half a dozen movies that he was in.
Harrison Ford, Star Wars, bang, straight in, isn't it?
Space Cowboys. A bunch of old guys in that one.
Yeah. Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know what I mean? Harrison Ford, that's why he's famous for it. People seem to forget he was in the first Star Wars, but when he made like Indiana Jones, they kind of forgot about that, didn't they?
You've Got Mail, Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks has always been pretty good. Morgan Freeman sticks out.
Patch Adams.
Is that Adam Sandler? Adam Sandler?
No. Robin Williams.
Oh, I'll tell you what it is. Absolutely love that guy. Honestly, he was fantastic. It was just, you would never have known the shit he was going through.
He was a depressed man.
You would never have known it. Never have known it, because he was buzzing. He was on fire. Even when you see him on like live chat shows, he was fucking bouncing. He did have a drink addiction and obviously a drunk addiction. But
most Hollywood actors end up with either alcoholism or some kind of drug addiction. But I mean, he was in Patch Adams. He was in Awakenings. He was Mrs. Doubtfire. I mean, Good Morning Vietnam. What a classic.
Good Morning Vietnam. I like them in that other one, Good Will Hunting. What a film.
Yeah?
Fucking fantastic film, that. Dead Poets Society. Wow.
Oh,
He took some very good serious roles as well as comedy roles, and wow. And
he was such an amazing actor.
It was just such a shame he went the way he did, It's honestly, I've recently been watching some of his stuff. His stand-up comedy was fucking out. It was fantastic. His stand-up, I was creasing his stand-up. Live at the Met, when he did Live at the Met. Oh, wow. What a funny guy. What a funny man. But I liked him in Mork and Mindy. I thought Mork and Mindy was brilliant.
I used to love watching Mork and Mindy when I was growing up.
Oh, I love Mork and Mindy. Nano. Jazbat. Nano, Jazbat.
Yeah.
I used to love watching that stuff.
How about Will Smith?
Yeah. Whatever happened to him since I fucking shit at the Oscars? I don't know.
Nothing. But he was in so many movies. I mean, he had the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air series that he was in. He was in Aladdin, Pursuit of Happiness. My wife loves that movie, Pursuit of Happiness.
I like Fresh
I Am
Prince
Legend.
of Bel-Air. I Am Legend, brilliant film. That
Emancipation.
I, Robot or something.
Yeah, I think he was in one of that. 7 Pounds with Woody Harrelson.
I think his latest film he done when he was a black slave or something. That was a good film.
Emancipation.
Yeah, wow, that was powerful. That was really good. He's a good actor. He's funny. He can sing. Fuck me, he sings as well, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, boom, boom, everybody in the house say boom, boom, everybody.
He sang in Men in Black.
He's a talented guy. I get that, but I mean, do you not think that Oscar thing was just a fucking telly thing and I'll get the fucking audiences? He didn't hit the cunt, did he? He never fucking touched the fucker. Know what I mean?
Who was this guy? Liam Neeson. Boy, is he become a big guy in the movies.
Oh, Schindler's List. You ever seen that, Schindler's List?
Yes, Schindler's List.
Oh, wow.
The Commuter, Memory, Taken 2.
Fucking Taken, brilliant. Schindler's List, brilliant.
There's 3 of them.
He's been in a couple of hard man films, like, definitely. I like a couple of them. Jason Statham. I like a few of his films. Like, he's all right. Jason Statham. He was in The Expendables.
How about Jack Nicholson?
Oh, Jack! Come on, you gotta kind of remember Jack. The Shining. Fuck, brilliant.
The Bucket List.
What was that one he was in with Tom Hanks? The Truth. You can't handle the truth. What was that one, man? Jesus.
The Good Men or
Oh, was it good? Oh, fucking hell, man. Tom Cruise was a boy. That's how old it was. Tom Cruise was a little boy, and then Jack Nicholson.
A Few Good Men.
Few Good Men. That was it. I like the, was it One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or something? That was class. He was in a mental home. That was fucking brilliant, that. I was fucking decked at that. I was creased at that.
What was the movie with the submarine guy? Robert De Niro was the commander of the submarine outfit or whatever. Oh, and was the guy that was the black actor that was the... He goes down to put it together and they cut off his heat. Oh.
Funny you should mention him. There was a rerun of the film on the UK. Remember Cape Fear? They've just had that on the telly. Cape Fear.
Men of Honor.
Men of Honor. Wow. But they're doing like a Robert De Niro thing at the moment on the UK, and like last week was Cape Fear, and I think they're putting Taxi Driver. I think that one's coming on shortly.
Oh,
wow, that was mad, wasn't it?
I could never get into Taxi, the TV series.
Nah. Oh, he was psycho on Taxi Driver. He was a bit of a ooh. There's a few. I mean, everybody was raving about Friends. I could never get into Friends. Never get into that.
I saw it, but I didn't enjoy it. It wasn't for me.
I'll tell you one that I did watch quite a bit. Cheers. I used to laugh at that one.
Yeah.
That was all right. But
I love the game shows. There were so many different game shows back in the 70s.
Well, that's where we are now in the UK. We have actually copied the American game shows, The Price is Right and all that shit. We've like kind of copied that and it was huge. Family of Fortunes, all that kind of shit, you know.
The Voice, America's Got Talent, British Got Talent, Australia's Got Talent.
Britain's Got Talent. That was Simon Cowell's brainchild, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was all Simon Cowell's doing.
Yeah. What was it? Britain Got Talent, and obviously the other one he done. Fuck me, man. X Factor. That was another one he done.
I love watching the X Factor.
You know what is it?
How about Cuba Gooding Jr.?
Fucking hell.
Speaking of Men of Honor and Radio. Did you ever see Radio?
Never seen Radio.
That's a movie worth watching. Radio. And Jerry Maguire with Tom
Jerry
Cruise.
Maguire. Yeah, Jerry Maguire. See that one.
Snow Dogs.
What was that? What he done with them? Oh, shit! He did it with a big famous actor, man. He had a mental illness. What the fuck they call him, man? Oh, it was massive.
Gifted?
Who was the fucking actor? Oh, what the fuck? It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh my god. He did it with, it was Dustin Hoffman.
Oh, Dustin Hoffman.
Oh, what was it?
How about Coming to America?
Oh, fucking Eddie Murphy, classic.
Eddie Murphy is just all around talented.
Wait, hold on. Beverly Hills Cop, man. That was class. That was a classic of a day, man. Beverly Hills Cop.
I've seen that 1,000 times.
Oh,
and there was a whole bunch of those that he made. Beverly Hills Cop 2 when he goes to freaking Hollywood and shit. Beverly Hills Cop 3.
That's it.
They just redid Coming to America.
There you go. Rain Man. Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman.
Rain Man. Yeah, I remember Rain Man.
Rain Man. I'll tell you what I used to like enjoying as well. Fucking Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
With, what do you call him? Black guy. He's funny as fuck. He's a comedian by trade. What the fuck were the films called again? Oh. Jackie Chan and... Oh, come on.
Rush Hour.
Rush Hour. I like when the car. Yeah.
With Chris Tucker.
That's him, Chris Tucker. In the car. You may hear Jimmy, but you don't feel Jimmy. Yeah, he's a funny bugger. He does a good live stand-up as well, doesn't he, Chris Tucker? He's a live comedian as well.
What about 48 Hours? You remember that?
48 hours, fucking hell.
Who was in that one? Nick Nolte.
I'll tell you,
he was in a shit ton of movies.
Wesley Snipes, Blade. Check that one.
Yep.
That was a classic. Wesley Snipes movies. He had a bit of a spell where he did a lot of movies, didn't he? Wesley Snipes. He did one with Sylvester Stallone as well, if I remember correct. Can't remember off the top of my head, but
the good old days.
The good old days, man. Jesus Christ. Too right, mate. Lazy Bones. Christ, never seen you before. Welcome, sir. Or madam, or whatever you would
Rush Hour. Black Panther.
How
about all the Vietnam movies?
Oh, I should love them. What was that one called? I watched it the other week. It was about a guy. He was a medic. Because he originally wouldn't pick up a gun. He was a medic and he saved all them people from the fucking rock, man. He carried them all down. He got medal and everything for it. What the fuck was that called?
Forrest Gump.
No, it wasn't Forrest Gump. Well, now you're coming at. I got shot in the butt, Mr. President. Do you want to see it? Life is like a box of chocolates.
I gotta pee.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Run!
Oh, it was still good though. A good film. What was that film called, man? Fuck me. Oh, it's pissing us off now. It's a true story. It was a guy who joined the army, and because of his beliefs, he couldn't pick up a gun and shoot someone, but so he became a medic.
I think I'd be interested in watching that one. What is it?
Oh, I'm trying to think of it. The fucking hell, man! It's brilliant.
How about Jim Carrey in The Mask?
Oh, somebody stop me! Oh, fucking hell, man.
Remember Sister Act?
Sister Act, man, fucking hell.
There was a couple of those that were put out, and they were all pretty damn good.
Oh, what? I'm trying to find this fucking film. It was fucking brilliant.
Cocktail.
Oh, Cocktail, Tom Cruise. I used to love that record name, and what was it? Oh, fuck the song out of that, man. Who would? Bob Seger. He done this tune of it. Oh, the old good time of rock and roll. Oh, it was fucking brilliant song. What the fuck was it called?
If I never get asked to play that song again for the rest of my life, I'll be happy. Every fucking time I have to DJ anything, except for maybe car shows, I got asked to play that song. Old time rock and roll.
Old time rock and roll.
Every freaking time.
I love that tune. There you go. I've got it. Hacksaw Ridge.
Hacksaw Ridge.
What a fucking... I'll tell you what, it's based on a true story, and what a fucking... It's a Vietnam War film, but what a fucking movie. He joined, and he religiously says, I can't kill, I'm not going to... He didn't even carry a gun, and he was in the front line of Vietnam, and yet he saved so many people by dropping them out of this foot. He went back and dropped people out of this cliff and saved them. It was... Hacksaw Ridge, what? You've got to watch that, I'm telling you. What a film.
I'll have to watch that one because I don't remember watching that one before.
Oh, it's based on a true story. This guy, it was religious reasons or whatever. He couldn't kill. He wouldn't shoot anybody, so he joined as a medic to save lives rather than take lives. And he was hero. They were trying to get up the big. It's called Hacksaw Ridge. They were trying to get up this. A bit like Hamburger Hill when they're trying to conquer this hill. So they're trying to get up this ridge. But obviously they were getting just shot the fuck. But he was up there and he was bringing all the injured back and he was dropping them down this cliff and he got medals. It's a true story. It's based off a true story. This guy, honest to God, what a fucking movie. Absolutely outstanding.
I'll have to check that one out. Hacksaw Ridge.
Hacksaw Ridge. Brilliant movie. Brilliant.
Do you ever notice how there's always actors that stick with each other throughout their entire career?
Oh, God,
you know, John Wayne had his old little bunch of people that he always had in all of his movies.
Dean Martin, Sinatra, you know, fucking all them guys.
Robert Mitchum, all of them. They all stuck together.
Yeah, man.
How about The Odd Couple? You remember The Odd Couple?
Odd Couple.
Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon.
Here's one for you. Gregory Peck, To Kill a Mockingbird. Wow. And now we're going back.
That's going way back.
And Gregory Peck was in The Omen. Remember the first Omen? The Omen? Did that and all?
I brought up The Odd Couple because every single year we have to watch Grumpy Old Men. When we go put up our Christmas tree, that's the movie we put on while we're decorating the tree and setting it up.
Really?
Grumpy Old Men and Grumpy Old Men 2.
What a bummer.
Those two just work together. They just fit like hand in glove.
Christmas time, we're normally watching something like Home Alone or something. You know what I mean? Grumpy Old Men just does not come into it. I know what you mean.
Changes the airflow. How about it puts the lotion on the skin?
Changes the airflow as well. Well, hello, Scott Merriman. I'm sorry we didn't see you sneaking in there, so do apologise. We're just rabbitting on like two old fucking women. That's what's the matter. I mean, but the good old days, man. Honestly, whatever happened to the good old days, mate? Tell you,
Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, that actor there. Oh, yeah, come on. That man in that film. Fucking come on. The films he's done. Unbelievable. Wow.
All right. We're hitting a 5-hour mark. I think we've gotten a little carried away like a bunch of old ladies. We've been talking about movies for the past 2 hours.
5 hours? No way. 5 hours?
Yeah, 4 hours, 45 minutes.
Holy fuck, where'd that go? Hollywood's
just talking
on
about
strike.
movies.
Yeah, man. See, we're not just a vape show. We talk about anything you want.
And we didn't even talk about any Star Trek or Star Wars.
Oh, don't even get there.
We didn't even get into the sci-fi genre.
Nope. Not
We
yet.
avoided it like the plague. Here's a movie. Have you seen Julia and Julia?
No, I have not.
It's about a girl that decides to write about Julia Child. And ironically, her name is Julia, so she creates a blog and decides to make every single recipe in Julia Child's cookbook.
Wow.
And the movie's called Julia and Julia. You sit down with your wife and your daughter, and I'm sure you guys would love it.
I'll definitely check that one out.
It's no Bridges of Madison County, but it is definitely an enjoyable movie to sit down and watch.
See, I'm still thinking movies. I'm thinking Bridge over Kwai. That was another fucking movie. Fucking hell, man.
I love those World War movies.
What?
But sometimes you got to sit down and watch a chick flick, like Erin Brockovich.
Oh, she like the fucking call Bridget Jones. Bridget Jones is wow, massive in there.
Something's got to give.
She loves Bridget Jones.
The Lake House. About time travel. And two people didn't get to meet, but they do meet, but they don't meet.
That's fucking weird. That's fucking with your head.
No, it's a fantastic movie. Or you can get patriotic like the American president.
That'd be cool. That'd be awesome.
Or if you don't feel like watching a movie, just sit down and watch some George Carlin. How much of his shit has come true?
Well, this is it, isn't it? I think our guy at the time was Enoch Powell. He predicted a lot of things that have come true, you know, and he's only back, you know, so far. Everybody thought he was talking shit. There you go.
And speaking of Erin Brockovich, you can't talk about Erin Brockovich without mentioning Pelican Brief.
Pelican Brief, oh my god, holy shit, man.
Or if you're not into the sound of music, how about Pure Country?
Pure Country, yeah. Who's in Pelican Brief again?
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts. Who was? I'm thinking of a black actor guy, man. Who the fuck was he? It wasn't Morgan Freeman. It was the other guy. He's in the Equalizer.
It was Denzel Washington.
Denzel Washington, that's the man. Because he does a lot of the Equalizer movies, doesn't he? Brilliant, brilliant. I'll tell you what.
So many movies, so many things to watch.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? Wow.
Just throw all the modern movies into the garbage can.
Exactly. Don't make them how they used to, is how we say, isn't it?
Or you can watch Sweet Home Alabama.
Sweet Home Alabama. Yeah, man.
So my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. Hope you all have a fantastic day. We'll catch you same time, same place next week. Sorry for keeping you for 5 hours, but this is how it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Exactly.
Have a great day.
As always, thank you very much to you guys in chat. Thank you, Alex, for obviously putting up with me as always. Yeah, absolutely brilliant for the 5 hours. Where'd that go? Holy shit. All I can say, guys, is just thank you very much for joining us, for all you guys that stuck around so long. And as always, until the next time, till next week, same place, same time. And as always, guys and gals, stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon in the next one. You take care, boys and girls. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. I'm going to go watch Amadeus.
What's this?
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.